Hey Froggy friends, Kirostyle here, welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Thank you so much for joining me here on stream. Welcome in, everyone. Sai, welcome in, congratulations on being first. Kieran, hello, hello. Mayatsumi, it's good to see you. CB, hello. Ash, welcome in. Mr. Hats Off, thank you so much for following me and being a Froggy friend. Hope you guys are all doing well today. We are finishing Ace Attorney Investigations 2 today. It might be a little bit of a longer stream than normal, but that's okay. I'm really excited. Of course, I've played this game before, but I really love this case, and I'm so excited to share it with you guys. And I've also turned off incoming raids today on stream because this case is really good, but it's also really easy to be spoiled. In fact, even at certain points, certain images at a glance could spoil everything, so I don't want to risk anyone coming in and accidentally spoiling themselves. And because I don't want to be caught up in a really intense situation and then suddenly have a raid and then I have to like divert my attention away from the intense situation to address the raid and then go back to it. So just so we don't break up the story, today we'll turn off raids. And actually, I've never done that before, so hopefully I remember to turn them back on afterwards. Hey Juan, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for dropping by today. I'll provide a brief summary of what happened last time, since it was a little bit of a long episode. So, we found the president of Zhangfa dead in an empty lot where they're filming a movie, and Lang suspects Gavel and her son, Sean. And Sean is an actor. He's a child actor in the movie. The movie features this dinosaur Godzilla thing called Torosaurus, who's based on a cow or bull. Sean got kidnapped, and during the kidnapping we had to go find him because Gavel was being coerced into giving Warden Lagarde a not guilty verdict using her son's arrest, or son's kidnapping. Luckily, we found both Eustace and Sean, and we were able to make sure that they had all the evidence they need to properly convict both Warden Lagarde and Excelsius Winner. But now, we're still trying to figure out who killed the president, and Lang is still bent on accusing Gavel and Sean. So we're going to find out why and what we could do to try to remedy that situation. So that's kind of where we are right now. And there's a hidden mastermind behind everything, pulling all the strings, and Shelly the killer's looking for him or her, and we are also looking for him or her. And we don't really have anything else to go off of. Okay, let's get going. Episode 5, Turnabout for the Ages. Part 2. April 6, 2:52 p.m. Big building, empty lot. Could you maybe calm down a little? Calm down? No way, Jose! Not until y'all come clean. It's all for your own good, dang it! Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask you to. Yo, cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Torosaurus run wild. Hoping to hide the fact they bred this menace themselves, the staff cling desperately to their story. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set. Says the gal who told me she done seen Gordy with her own dang eyes. Sure, I saw something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. Alright, break it up. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. And Sean! Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh? No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Lang Zi says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really. Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. Hey Yami, welcome to the stream. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wong's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. So he was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Cavell, on the roof of the big building. Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I can't say. Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder. Why? Why can't you just tell us? Please, Judge Cavell, we're trying to help you. Ha! She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm gonna prove it. Objection! You said yourself the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Cavell's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So, why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down? Sean Fenn! Me? We know you were here on the set last night. You were... Sean? We have testimony from the woman over there, and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it. You came back to run your lines, right? What? You were spying on me? I'm sorry, I was just making sure you were okay. It was late. I was worried about you. How many times did I tell you? I don't need you to worry about me. Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. I love his little surprised animation. You see he has all the milk cartons in his backpack. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. I also love seeing Cavell go into mom mode. It's such a different side of her. Sorry. It's also funny because he's usually so like badass and tough despite being a kid, but then in the face of his mom, it's like he can't do anything. Oh, I love these two. I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow, this is a whole new Judge Cavell. It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must... And I want you to remember that, alright? They all just stood around while she just scolded him for who knows how long. Can we get on with the investigation now? Oh, of course. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Cavell, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. And by who. And I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. Alright, Sean. Perhaps you could tell us what happened last night. Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. About last night. I had a bad day yesterday, messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought, I'd put in some extra practice, and that's what I did, it's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine, nothing happened. You've been rehearsing late at night again. When I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. You called him? Around what time? It must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set. So, you lied to me. Sorry. Oh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though. Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. Her child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case. But he said nothing happened, right? He did, although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. I had a bad day yesterday, messed up a couple of takes.
Hold it!
A bad day? Could you elaborate a little? What, I had to spell it out for you? It was just bad, okay? Huh? What do you think? Did he drink too much milk, maybe? How did you... I mean, no! Nothing like that. So it might be more accurate to say that his stomach had a bad day. Huh. I thought milk was supposed to be good for your digestion. Now shut up! We're done talking about that! The point is, I messed up those takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So you want to rehearse your lines in preparation for the reshoots? Yeah. I caused enough trouble for everybody messing things up in the first place, or the first time around. I wasn't about to do it again. I'm a pro. One can only admire his dedication and his sense of responsibility to his coworkers. Sean takes his work so seriously. He's a real inspiration to everybody. Even the takes he said he messed up, it wasn't like there was actually a problem. He just wanted to make them as good as they could be. He always says that even a tiny bit better is... shut up! Why do you always have to say stuff people don't need to hear? Oh, sorry, Sean. He can maybe work on his people skills a little more. Anyway, as I was saying... So I thought I'd put in some extra practice, and that's what I did. It's that simple.
Hold it!
Sean, about what you just said, how many times have I made you promise? If you're going to rehearse on your own, you have to tell me. I know. Well, that little outburst rather stole my thunder. Let me ask again, about what you just said. I think it's pretty cool though, Sean. What? More interruptions? It's all the hours of practice that make you the best you can be, little by little by little. I'm the same. I went from small-time thief to average thief, and before I knew it, greatness beckoned. And now that I finally made it, I'm not about to stop doing my best, and neither should you. Ahem, may I continue? Now, Sean, do you often rehearse alone? Finally, I got my question out without being interrupted. It's like, Edgeworth is like, oh, I finally got my question out, but all he does is ask him something that we've already asked, so Sean just repeats something he already said. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. It was just a regular evening. Nothing out of the ordinary. Huh? A regular evening? How can you say that? Somebody was... Okay, he's just a child. You mustn't be too hard on him. Nothing happened. Really. Nothing to do with the case anyway. At least that's what it sounds like he wants us to believe. But wait, don't we have some evidence related to what happened last night? We do, and we also don't have time to be humoring the lies of a child. Let us use what we have to point out the contradiction in his testimony.
Objection!
Nothing happened. I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt. Wait, how'd you... That's right, your rehearsal tape. Ugh! What? You have video footage from last night? We do, and if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there already! There is. I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Sean, why would you keep this from me? No reason.
Not so fast!
Liar! That stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not gonna work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. You? Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it. I love Sean's theme song. So you were embarrassed, is that it? Yeah. What's so weird about that?
Not so fast!
That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence? Sean, how could you? Ah! Okay, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just ran my lines and went home, that was it. What? And nothing about that giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint! On a set of a giant monster movie? It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second. Cheap, there's something hinky about this kid, I'm sure. It's standing right here. Dang, skippity there is. He's hiding a scoop under them horns, or my name ain't Lotta Heart. Oh, shut up, both of you. I'm done talking.
Objection!
No, you're not. What? The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. What other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening?
Take that!
The model of Torosaurus's head fell from the roof of the trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that? I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I told you. I ran my lines, I went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Or are you saying you could prove I know something? Sadly not. It's entirely possible the head fell after Sean left. No proof, huh? Then this conversation's over. Something tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than is absolutely necessary. What is he hiding?
Not so fast!
Hold it right there! What is it, Agent Lang? Haha, so it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely. What? There was something else on that tape? Yep, look closely. See the costume up in the top left? Oh yeah, the Torosaurus suit. Something's different. Do you see it? I'm not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking a little saggy. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight. The zipper. That's... Huh, yeah! I guess y'all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper's wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit, that's why. What? Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it? Oh, well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And you remember something else I said not long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gabelle pushed the president off the big building the night before last? And then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere? Here, but where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you can hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. You're saying the body could have been hidden inside the Torosaurus suit. That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavelle? You pushed the president off the roof, just like I said. And you hid his body inside that costume. I most certainly did not.
Not so fast!
Protest all you like. I'm not gonna believe you. You're the only person who could have done it.
Objection!
I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavelle would have been able to get in here.
Not so fast!
What if she had an accomplice? What? I've got a little theory for you. I think you're gonna like it. Mother and child murders. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away. Then they worked to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. You think the murder was really that carefully planned? It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned.
Overruled.
To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this it's unthinkable.
Not so fast.
You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm gonna listen to a word you say? But what about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious, even you have to agree with that. Judge Cavell, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details. My apologies, but that is the one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So please, you have to believe me? Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. Huh, I got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Dang, Sean is unflappable in the face of Agent Lang. Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess, you're still gonna try and stick up for them. It's true, Judge Gabel's actions certainly make her seem suspicious. But nothing she has told us amounts as to motive for a murder, even the suggestion of one. No, and like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. And for my money, these two have to be working together for the little plot to succeed. Hey Leon, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. It's good to see you. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof?
Hold it!
You're seriously suggesting a child could have been an accomplice in this murder? Look at him, he's still in elementary school. There's no way a kid like that young would be able to be involved in something like this. I think I mentioned that he's in junior high, right?
Not so fast!
Lang Zi says, pity no wolf, be he cub or grizzled elder. It doesn't matter how young he is. If he's guilty, and he'll be treated as such. Wow, wolf cubs have it hard, huh? I'm surprised at you, Mr. Prosecutor. You're saying he deserves mercy just because of his age? Of course not. I'm saying there's no way he did this, and I'm going to prove it to you. Huh, I'll look forward to it, but be warned, I'm only just getting warmed up. If the two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away.
Hold it!
Goes away how exactly? Huh, I thought you might try this. Both you and I both know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, she pushes the president off the roof. Pushes? Okay. Then the kid opens the combination lock, because he knows the code. Yep, kid opens code, knows lock, gotcha? Okay, the other way around. And that's it. It's that simple. No more lock to worry about. And no more objections about her not being able to get in because she didn't know the code. I would explain away the problem of the lock, it's true. Thank you for your clear and incisive explanation, Agent Lang. Please continue. I will, and hopefully this next part will shut you up for good. Then they worked together to hide the body, too.
Hold it!
But if the two of them were working together, why would they need to hide the body for a full day?
Not so fast!
Well, look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little ruse, we're still puzzling over what they were up to even now. But if you let me speak, I can clear this whole mess once and for all. Really? Good, so like I was saying, they worked together to hide the body. By dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuffing it inside.
Hold it!
The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. Can't say for certain there was a body in there at that time, can you? Maybe not. We could take a look right now. Let's open up and see what's inside. I put money on us finding proof it was in there. You mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Oh, not at all. Might be a little ripe, though. Gets pretty sweaty in there. Huh? It's filthy. Yeah, that's weird. I always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. The dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty. Exactly. Well, everybody happy? The inside of the suit is covered with dirt. It must be from the body was hidden in there.
Hold it!
If the dirt is from when the body was hidden inside the suit, we're assuming it came directly from the body, correct? Ha! What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else could it have come from? It really is pretty filthy in there, huh? The dirt got everywhere. Especially around the part where the chest would have been. The chest. I think that might be an important clue. His theory hangs together pretty well, I have to say. It's certainly the case they could have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing that. So what do we do instead? We listen carefully to his testimony once more, and if we can tease out anything of value...
Objection!
So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Ugh! Fine! So what's your explanation? How did all the dirt get inside? Based on the videotape, there may well be somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president? Come on, Kay, think! Where was it? Is something the matter, Kay? I've seen dirt like that somewhere else, I'm sure of it. I just can't think where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it. Gray bits. She's right. There is something mixed in there. It was stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it. Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe. It's probably worth checking. Does one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it?
Take that!
As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something gray. And... we discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right! The dirt does look similar. But so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? I believe the gray flecks are... surely they're flecks of concrete. Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprint, you mean? Exactly. And who do the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to? Chairman Winner! We found them in his garage. That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today. We found a pair of mechanic's gloves covered in dirt. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while you used that hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances. Wait, so you're saying... Yes. We finally know what these footprints really are. It seems highly likely they were dug by Chairman Winner.
Not so fast!
Highly likely? Puh! If that's so, tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they have possibly serve? Why indeed? I imagine he must have been... I think he must have been digging something up. I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance, and gained access from there. He then used a sledgehammer and shovel to dig 3 footprints. Yeah, so we'll just let this whole animation play out slowly. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes. Ah, but then Sean must have showed up, right? I think he did, yes. Chairman Winner would have to have found a hiding place, and the Torosaurus suit provided just that. Gah! You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves. It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof he was inside that suit. You could have dug up those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up.
Objection!
But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winner was still present when the recording was made. What? It's a shame that Agent Lang didn't notice it himself. But if we compare the situation as we see it now to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winner's garage, it will soon become clear that Chairman was present. What part of this image shows us that Chairman Winner was still here?
Take that!
Angora, welcome to the stream. Look at the bag next to the Torosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winner's garage. Ugh! The same bag. The dirt on the gloves. That has to indicate a connection, surely. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winner in that suit. And if he was in there, the president's body couldn't have been. Ah! Good. It seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the flaws of his theory. Somebody get to Chairman Winner's house right away! We need to know what's in that bag! Yes, sir! Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hog swill? This is all we need. That then right there's Torosaurus footprints, dang it! Also, I don't think I mentioned this last stream, but in the fan translation for Torosaurus, they call him Moozilla, which I think is really cute. Ain't no holes dug by no old guy. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately. That's exactly what they are. Don't matter to me none what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told you I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes. The giant eye peering in at the window. I thought we'd gotten past that nonsense. We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did, huh? Responsible ones, but I guess that's the whole problem. I'm having a hard time trying to differentiate between Lotta and Lloyd's voices, because they both have the same accent based on the way that they're speaking. I don't want them to sound identical, so I'm trying to give Tabby like a slightly higher voice, but I don't think it's actually coming across. Hey Felix, or Relix, welcome to the stream, thank you so much for coming by. Wait, ain't like it was just about the footprints, no how? You were just fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken. We're never going to get anywhere with these two around. Maybe if we could prove to them that there wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas? Prove that it wasn't a monster. Fine. I don't suppose there's anything much else for it. Let's see what we can do. What are you two whispering about? You're all hiding something, ain't you? Admit it. Quick, Tabby, roll tape.
Hold it!
But I politely ask that you both calm down. The monster the boy was seen talking to. We know what it was now. Huh? That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery. It did? The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. Your so-called monster is right here in this picture. Huh? I don't see no Gordy. That ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're just talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with old trick photography. What was Miss Nichols' Gordy really?
Take that!
That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy. What? Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane. Whoa! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
Objection!
How indeed. Miss Nichols? Yes. You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you? Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden. And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness. That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us! Skin like an enormous worm, you said. Y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane grew up and grew skin somehow? Ain't no flesh on them there metal bones, let alone skin. You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane, as it was in this particular picture anyway. But it did have a skin of sort last night. I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy. You want Tabby and I to starve to death, is that it? That wasn't my intent at all. I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery. Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all, it was this.
Take that!
Miss Nichols told us it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end. But I think Sean may have covered the crane with rain-proof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin. What? Oh heck! Again, the contrast between Lotta and Lloyd, because again, Lotta is an old character design, and they have not given her a new outfit. And then, Lloyd is a new character design, so she actually has like an interesting, like, damage animation where her bear trap snaps and she jumps. Well, Lotta doesn't really have one. Well, Sean, am I mistaken? You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light. And just like that, the dream dies. Again. Yeah, exactly. Lotta's like, not again. Lotta's contradictions in, like, all the games is pretty much always has to do with some kind of photograph being mistaken for something else. Kind of like how all of Old Bag's contradictions have to do with people in costumes. Chief? Hey, I think that might have finally shut them up. I thought the kid was holding out on us. But it seems like I might have, could have maybe been a little, wrong. Maybe. Alright, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy? Everybody except these two. Agent Lang! The President's autopsy report is out, sir. It is? Let me see it. Death was due to full-body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought. Test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found in his chest. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand. Gunshot residue? I guess he was a kid at heart, huh? Gunshot residue K. It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the president may have used a gun. Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we? Indeed not, which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right. Amazing! So does that mean Judge Gabelle isn't a suspect anymore either? Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last. But the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 PM last night. You know, we would have saved so much time if we just waited for the autopsy report to come in and then disputed all of Lang's things instead of having to stand around arguing and waiting. But of course, we have to come to the conclusion ourselves, so... And we know the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly. Phew, what a relief. Sorry, it might be a little too soon to celebrate. What? Sure, I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall. Or who? We know what happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time.
Overruled.
What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean! I also like how his carton of milk also seems to sweat. Or I guess it's condensation, maybe. The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened. That's a big ask, surely.
Objection!
We haven't yet established if the footprints have anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved.
Not so fast!
Maybe not, but his face tells me different. And just the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. It does seem Agent Lang might be onto something. I don't think Sean's going to talk. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking? What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang? The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted. It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not? I sure do, Little V! Good, then that should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, might I request it be you who carries out the analysis in question? Why me? I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright. Again, I love how you can see Gabelle really trusting in Edgeworth now. Are there any new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder?
Eureka!
Wait, no. I meant to zoom in. I meant to zoom in. I forgot the wrong button. There's nothing of interest here. Oh, I didn't lose any HP points for that. Zoom in is Y. Oh, there we go. Well, looky here. What do we have here?
Eureka!
What the? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see. Let me see. Hmm? Ah! What is it? What's the matter? Show me. Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks you share your findings. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's the president. Oh my. What? You're kidding, right? Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all. Wait, this doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you, and the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid, you murdered President Wong. No, that's ridiculous. Why? Why would he... Sean, you didn't. You can't have. Can you? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that. Surely even you can't deny this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. Ugh. He claimed he knew nothing about what happened, but the president's right there with him. Sean, What are you not telling us? We have to know. He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way. The truth is, it was all my fault. Sean, what did you do? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off the trailer. What happened while I was rehearsing? I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back to run my lines. And then my mom called, and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call, the Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof, and the president was just there, lying next to it. No. We did find evidence of a fire having broken out on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So, we're saying the president died because of Sean. If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground? I took it apart. I carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again.
Not so fast!
You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from. In other words, you tried to cover up your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. It's not like I did any of it on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater on. Or turn the heater off. Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed, and the head would have fallen down on the ground below. You're right! The fire caused the head to fall. Indeed. And I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them.
Not so fast!
You swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear! I still don't believe you. Why would President Wong come to a place like this in the middle of the night? His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Gavel on the roof two nights ago. He was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed. I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there.
Hold it!
You're a fit and hardy young man, Sean. It's spring now, surely you don't really need to fire up that stove.
Overruled!
He's a fit and hardy young man who needs to look after himself.
Objection!
Really, Your Honor? But if he resorts to such measures even during warm weather... Seriously? You two are going to argue over something like that right now? Ugh. He's right, of course. You made your point, Sean. But I've told you before to watch how you talk to people. I think he was criticizing you as much as me, Your Honor. Yes, Mom. Anyway, where was I? I must have left it burning when I came back to run my lines. You left it burning? You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot. I meant to, but I was thinking about my lines and the scene and everything else. It's not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets stuff. I sure do. So much stuff. I leave the air conditioner on in Mr. Edgeworth's office and the lights. I forget he told me never to jump off the ladder on his bookshelves or make prank calls. The one thing I never ever do is forget to turn off an unattended heater. Please, Sean, go on. She's a lot, huh? Anyway, as I was saying... He says that about Kay? That's so funny. Then my mom called, and I left the set to go talk to her.
Hold it!
It was the middle of the night, and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother? I forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused, I guess. I thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out of the hotel in the night on my own. That doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you? Fine. Look, the camera's rolling, and the mics were all live, okay? I didn't want our conversation on a tape, where anybody could hear it. He was embarrassed about being recorded speaking on the phone to his mother. So I ditched the rehearsal and ran off set as quick as I could. When I came back after the call, You pretended to your mother that you were back at the hotel during the call, correct? How come you couldn't tell her you were coming back to the set to practice your lines? Because she'd have phoned the hotel and asked them to send a car to get me or something. Of course I would have. A child your age shouldn't be out on his own late at night. Anything could happen to you. Children really can't seem to see things from their parents' perspective, can they? It's true the other way around too, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, Sean. Can you tell us what happened when you came back after speaking to your mother? Huh? Oh, sure. So I came back and... the Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof, and...
Hold it!
Were there any signs it was about to fall before you left? I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines. But a fire had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. Did you really hear nothing the entire time? No, I had my headphones on. Why? I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate, and I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything. Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Cavell called you. You know that cell phones vibrate these days, right? Anyway. The president was just there, lying next to it.
Hold
it! Did you notice anything unusual about the body? I don't know. It was dark. He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual. I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this? It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would cry for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. And yet, you didn't. Yeah, because... what was the point? He was dead. So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain he was dead? He was lying on the ground, and that huge head was right next to him. It didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
Objection!
You couldn't have guessed that an impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked. Ugh, fine. I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body, and I looked, and he wasn't breathing. So I was right. Why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point? I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead. Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. I didn't know he was dead at first. There was no blood and nothing on his clothes either.
Hold it!
So there was no blood or any other markings that would have told you if he was alive or dead. Would you say that my characterization of your statement is correct? You know I would, and you saw the body too, so you know I'm telling the truth. You also told us that the lot was dark at the time, and yet you were able to still confirm all this. What is your problem? There was nothing on his face and nothing on his clothes, okay? Thank you, Sean. I think that tells us everything we need to know. Why all the focus on how clean his clothes were? Mine are freshly washed, at least. Perhaps you could give us a few details about how exactly you confirmed the president was dead. Well, I couldn't tell just from standing there. But then I saw he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew for sure.
Hold it!
How did you confirm he was no longer breathing? They taught us how at school. You put your cheek next to the person's nose. If they're breathing, you can feel it. Never thought I'd actually have to do it in real life. I mean, it's good they teach them this stuff, but yeah, it takes guts to do it for real. Not bad for an elementary school kid. He's in junior high, Kay. Try to remember at least that much. Must have been quite a shock coming back and seeing a dead body just lying there, huh? And this was a dead body with a giant Torosaurus head right next to it. Yes, I'm sure it must have been very upsetting. But it does sound like it was an accident, right? Yes, at least it does the way Sean tells it. I'd like to know a little bit more about exactly how things looked around that time.
Objection!
Nothing on his clothes? Nothing at all? Yeah, Nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that? There's something you're clearly hoping we've forgotten. What are you talking about? There isn't! That's not true! Unluckily for you, remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. Ugh! You studiously avoid mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious to say the least. That's... I hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation.
Overruled.
Judge Cavell. Allow me to explain. But... The yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise. Lion lilies! 2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large, yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wong's chest was pollen from those flowers. Huh? But... they're not there in the printout from the security camera. Only because the president is in the way. But why give him flowers? That is not something I am at liberty to divulge.
Not so fast.
What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him. Now you can't even tell us about the flowers. My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that? I cannot. Ha! Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on, you gotta give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it? Hey, you leave her alone. Sean. I threw the flowers away, okay? You did. So they were there when you first found the body. Yeah, they were right there on his chest. Thanks for the sleeveless redeem. Well, thank you for the stretch as well. You guys at home, make sure to take the chance to stretch and sit up straight in your seats. Make sure your joints are all nice and happy. And they were squashed completely flat. Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president. And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. Why remove the bouquet and dispose of it? No reason. He's almost as evasive as his mother. More secrets? They're quite a pair.
Overruled.
There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. Huh? You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mom with them. You felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion. No, you got it all wrong! That's his least convincing lie yet. I often decorate our house with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered.
Not so fast.
Yeah, he just wanted to protect his mom. So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having to discover the corpse. Ha! Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes. Why? What's wrong with nice? I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us he was responsible for the head falling in the first place. Yeah, he did, but... So he's still our only suspect.
Objection!
The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait! I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Who? The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? Yeah! Luckily it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen to a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him. The sedatives have worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud. Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too? Yep, we found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3Z's. Apparently it's super strong. Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests Sean is a victim and not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this.
Not so fast!
Oh yeah? And the secret mastermind of yours was here last night too? That I can't say yet. Ha! It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Of course! Sal's right! The kid's still our only suspect.
Objection!
Not quite. I can think of another. What?! Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Chairman Winner. You think he killed President Wong? Why not? We've proven he was present. And if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winner? Could he really have? It's certainly another possibility to consider. 12 years ago, he was... That number again. Look, a lot happened, okay? It was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends. Our family being the ones who kept him safe. Lang, like the Lang from 12 years ago. Yep, get to see that you're still finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case.
Not so fast!
Huh, and you can prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof. If you can't prove it, this conversation's over. Does any of the evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago?
Take that!
This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Haru, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. It's good to see you. What? But... And that's not all. Take a look at this. It's a report from it's a report about Bronco Knight, written by Warden Lagarde. It was addressed to Chairman Winner. I was gonna say it's a report from Bronco Knight, and suddenly my brain couldn't say the word about because it thought it was from. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago, in front of the planter. Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wong not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders, there has to be. And I believe we could trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? These are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name. Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. Who on earth was that? Shifu! Huh? What are you all doing here? We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Go back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? You're disobeying a direct order? Please, sir, I'm begging you, we all are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you figure out what happened, and we can't either. Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too. You think it's that easy? You could solve the case just like that? I think we can. Together. Ha! Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yeah, Shifu! 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 Nice! Then I guess it's my turn to step up. I'm sorry, Kay. You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that. Ah, you mean Mr. Thief? Sure do. If you give me the details of the incident, I could rustle up a little simulation for you. Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case. Huh? How come? Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret. Really? Why? Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even though I've never seen them. Everything I know I read in newspaper articles from the time. That's fine. Just tell us what you can. Alright. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago, February 10th to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhangfa. So he was kidnapped. Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million. $100 million? How much money even is that? More than you can imagine, it seems. The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhangfa until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president after he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over, and the president came home safely. So President Wong was head honcho, even back then? Wow, go Mr. President! Huh. The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wong. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated. It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial. The trial? So a suspect was arrested. Yeah, none other than our friend, Fifi Lagarde. What? Is that why you visited the prison? It is. I was put on for what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with. She was found not guilty then, wasn't she? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. But they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force though, and he worked the case alone. Until eventually he found a suspect. Lagarde. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry. But that's all I know. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene. Is there really nothing we can do? You look like you could use a hand. Who's this now? Franziska! And Mr. Fender! We finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to. Here! What's this? It says SS5 incident, investigation report! When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it, and this was what Interpol provided. Nice work, Franziska. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so a colleague could solve his father's final case. I owe you, sis. I love how Franziska, everyone she's helped in this case so far, it has something to do with them and their father relationship. And it really goes to show you how much she respected her father, even though she doesn't condone of his actions, and how she understands that people need closure from, you know, things that their fathers have done. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret. Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case. Excelsius Winner. He was the prosecutor in charge? Him again! Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part, thanks to the effort of his own son. Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. It sounds like we owe him. Prosecutor Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there. Huh. He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Indeed he is. Alright. Now we have the case file, I can recreate the scene, no problem. Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now. Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody! Isn't that convenient? It's a location we've already been to and they already have assets for. Oh, I was about to say that we left Lada and Lloyd behind, but they came with us. April 6th, 3:25 p.m. Big building, plaza. Oh, we left behind Penny and Will. That's okay. Alright, Kay, if you could set Mr. Thief in motion. Sure, looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start? Good question. Let's see. It seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of I'll Fall Down. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. So this is where you saw it all happen, huh? Huh? Here? As in the big building? No. Construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that... Huh, now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been... the happy family home. Look at the cute little, like, faces on those kids. Like, the cute, like, undetailed little smiley faces on them. Like, for retired people? No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage. Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it her happy little home. As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable she came under suspicion. President Wong, Excelsius Winner, and Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Kay, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Aldown? It seems sensible to assume he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president. If we solved the murder, we solved the kidnapping. Nice. Alright, we're counting on you. What the heck is this? When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it. Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 AM the morning after the murder. And it seems it had been snowing. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell at the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. I know we're standing in front of the big building, but assuming the building is like right here, how are we able to walk here? There should be a building right here. we won't question it too much. Okay, I was gonna show you guys, but I guess it's not here. So remember in the last case, our victim was named Rosie Ringer, and now this victim is all down. Their names come from the nursery rhyme, so Rosie Ringers ring around the Rosie, and then all fall down. The Japanese version and the fan translation, I think their names also have to do with nursery rhymes, but they're different nursery rhymes. Also, this case, out of the entire Ace Attorney series, it is the case, I believe, with the most amount of different pieces of evidence, and the most amount of different profiles available to us at the same time. Because it pretty much, look, it brings us like everyone that we've seen throughout the entire game. Well, almost. Everyone relevant to this case, at least. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I can't believe there used to be an orphanage right here on this spot. And the Warden Lagarde was in charge. And the SS5 incident took place there 12 years ago. Yeah, they kidnapped the president of Zhengfa. That's crazy. And they killed Mr. Alldown. The only witness that we know of, anyway. They kept all the details secret for all those years. The more I think about that, the more you smell something fishy going on. Yeah, me too. What's weirder is the people involved. I think we know all of them, don't we? Lagarde, Winner, President Wong. When I think back over all the cases we've been involved with recently, it's true, I can't help but think they're all connected. That we have to dig into this latest mystery and snatch the treasure of truth from inside of it. I'll keep updating the simulation as we find new stuff. Just be sure to look over everything super carefully, okay? So we're calling on Mr. Thief's help once again, Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, it's Little Thief! And no matter how useful Little Thief is, if the information we plug in is wrong, the simulation will be wrong too. If you spot anything that doesn't make sense, try comparing it to the evidence we collected. And we can examine and interact with everything in the simulation as if it were really there, correct? Right, just walk up to it and do what you usually do. Also, we don't have enough to go on right now, but if you can gather enough intel, I can even create a simulation of a different span of time. Alright, I'm counting on you should the time come. Boy howdy, is this ever a scoop? Whole world's gone green! Must be an outbreak of something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, everything. They must be real sick if their clothes are green. Looks like we round up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Lotta, your clothes are also green. I'm just saying. Sure did, Chief. I don't think we're gonna get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth. And I don't think we want to. How dare you, Scruffy! Don't you dare tell anybody! I'll just deny it anyway. Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir. What's the matter, Detective? It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winner isn't in charge anymore and all, but the top secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal, something seemed off. So that got me to thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, well, that Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released. Curse you, Scruffy, I deny everything! Sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Francisca. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. Aw, it's nice to see them all interacting. Even though Gumshoe's kinda getting the worst of it. Chifu! I know it's rude of me to ask, but Can we count off for old time's sake? Just once, I'm begging you. For old time's sake. Seems a little sentimental, but fine. Count off. 1. Sorry, Shifu. It just doesn't feel the same on my own. It's kinda lonely. Fool, it shouldn't matter if there's only one of you or 100. You may be on your own here right now, but the pack is always with you. So quit whining about being lonely and howl like you mean it. Count off! 1! 1! 1! 1. Is he crying? Aw. Lang and his group are so cute too. Hmm. 3 planters, covered with snow. Is anything the matter, Agent Lang? Yeah. Something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed. You have Chairman Winter to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. President Wong changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. To cut ties with my family completely, after how close we've been all those years? My father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time, he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? A bodyguard maybe, Sorry, there's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. As warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expect any difference. That case ruined my father, and my family too. The people who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm the only one doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid, his work was meticulous, and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids, and he made sure they told him everything. I wonder if he learned anything of value. Looks chillier than your chilliest look out here, Miles Areno. Somebody must have to warm me up. Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? For you, K-Meister, anything. Can't believe this whole sorry tale began right here. Kinda crazy, right? Yes, it is a little. What were Thiefs and the chairman up to, though? Where were they going with all this? Where, indeed. I'd very much like to know that myself. And I'd very much like to know what you two are going to admit. How much you love your Uncle Eddie. Not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all. He did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? I cannot thank you all enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy, can't you see you're upsetting her? That was not my intent at all. Look at our little knight in shining armor, defending his mom's honor. Shut up! I would have to if you didn't keep... That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me. I would like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I would not ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that I... Judge Cavell, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. She was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses. She was. Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. What are they even talking about? Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either. So things are finally settling down after Warden Lagarde's trial. It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Excelsius Winter's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man. Indeed, he simply had some growing to do. But that don't we all. Kay included. Huh? Kinda feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance. I am sure that chance will come. But for now... Indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand. What do you want? Sean, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping. They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? What were you doing there? It's alright, you don't have to talk for him. You can just ask me himself. Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm to you. I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on the body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in a garbage can. I tried to get in there last night too, but it was locked. So you had to come back today and try again. Yeah. When I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, snoozing is easy threezy with 3 Z's. The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it is a catchy name. Whoever it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face. I see, thank you. That's very helpful. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found? Not a whole lot, I'll bet. Snoozing's easy threezy with 3 Z's. I remember waking up feeling cold. Some were big and empty and dark. They were cardboard boxes with some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Businesses use them to keep stuff chilled. And that's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day there. Guess the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason. So I used that to call for help. I see. Well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely. Ugh, say it like you mean it, why don't you? He's not the most gracious child I've met. Reminds me of a certain somebody else, huh? What if I try to show him, like, his audition tape, or rehearsal tape? Torosaur is just a movie character. How do you wind up involved in a murder? That's exactly what I'd like you to help us figure out. Huh, give me a reason to, old man. I'm trying here, Sean. How about some delicious candy, huh? I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Seriously? I'm not 5 years old. The old candy gambit usually works like a charm. So near and yet so far. You weren't near at all. Well, I bet if you present anything Torosaurus related to him, that's the conversation that you get. What about this? So I cover for my mom. So what? You try to tell me I shouldn't have. I applaud your desire to protect your mother, Sean. That doesn't mean I approve of your decision to dispose of vital evidence. Huh, easy for you to say. They were gonna accuse her of murder. You just want me to stand back and do nothing? Sean, please. What Mr. Edgeworth is trying to say is you're super brave. He just wishes you could have owned up to everything a little sooner, that's all. That's right. Isn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Sure. Something like that. There, isn't it nice when people are nice? Sure, something like that. What's this? If you're trying to bribe your way onto the movie, it's not gonna work. That's not what I was trying to do at all. So how would I get a part in the movie? Okay, save it for another time, please. Okay, now let's investigate for real. These footprints stopped by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Alldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that, about size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as shoes. It's a match. These footprints go toward the body and then come back. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. It seems the police won't be able to track down who the murderer was from them, though. This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted. Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He'll be all roasty toasty. Aw, look at his cute little button eye, just lying there. He probably would have frozen back up at dawn, you know. That's when it usually gets the coldest. I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. He would turn into an iceman. Yeah. What? Is that what I bet you wanted me to say, is that? Well, too bad. A tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for a K Faraday pop quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. I don't need 3 options, Kate. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1. The hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2. The tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast he won. Number 3. The real winner was the Yatagarasu, who plotted a surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options. Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a thr. Well, that definitely narrows it down. An igloo shaped like a bear, the perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a bigloo. It is quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside it. Yeah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years. 3 years? What about the summer? Wouldn't the big igloo melt? Again, say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please, one more time. Wouldn't the igloo melt? Ah, you're no fun. Hey, this arch, we've seen it somewhere before, right? Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time? It seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. Okay, so this is the entrance to the big building, which means that before we started up Mr. Thief, we were actually standing, like, here. Even though it dropped us off here. Okay, I just want to see if there's any more flavor text. It's a porch swing with an elephant's face on it, and behind is what appears to be a motor. You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? If they could swing all the way over the top, and back again, maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true. Wouldn't that be a little dangerous? What dream is it, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. True, but hardly applicable in this case. All fall down. The man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. What exactly did he see? I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos. Seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Yeah, for the brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. It looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldown's autopsy report. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Alf Aldown, freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wong. Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh? It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, the area is completely caked. Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit, with the brick. Indeed, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. It looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand. Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button. A button. Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps. Ugh. Fresh blood. And plenty of it. According to the autopsy report. He died from loss of blood due to the blow to the back of his head. Yes, and the blood spread out over the entire area. I doubt anybody could have bled that much and survived. Anyway, this certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. This was the brick used in the murder. There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh? So the victim was carrying a camera. Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah. Here we are. That's... It's the president, right? And somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Alldown witnessed. So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper? Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde. How come they only found the one picture? He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. This cell phone must have belonged to the victim. You're right. Yeah, it says here in the file Mr. Alldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping. A call? To whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw the president was there. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too, if you want to hear it. Please. Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird going on. President Wong is here for some reason. And there's another. Gambit, the light's out, so I can't quite see, but... Looked like he was being... kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you know... What were those sounds at the end? Aw, that's really sad. He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Alldown's girlfriend. What was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean... For revenge for what happened 12 years ago. All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. I think it's one that symbolizes, the desire to steal treasures. Okay, you can't just make up these things. But we can say it looks to be different from all the other flowers of the planter. Huh, so what's it doing here? What indeed? We should examine the planters too. I must be right, somebody must have stolen it. It's a stolen treasure. Okay. I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. There were 3 planters on each side. Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. What we've seen somewhere before. Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter. Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird, how come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae. A lion lily, you say? Wait, did Judge Cavell give President Wong some lion lilies? Was it the same? What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Franziska. Ha! What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Hey Trey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by. It's good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were. Wait, what? Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare that to the planters. Whoa! That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood. So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them. He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winter might have been digging in front of the planters?
Take that!
Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winter. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter. You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes? Because the report did specify which of the planters she meant. I get it, so he wasn't sure which one it was. Which meant he had to try to dig up all 3. I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winter. But why go through all that trouble? What was he looking for? I don't believe there's anything more to be found here. Oh. There are burn marks on this pillar here. The report says there was a fire sometime in the evening of the incident. A fire. Let's see. Where was it again? Ah. Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. It seems they're at to explode our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. I think that's about all we could learn for the scene for now. Alright, how about I show you how things looked earlier that night? That'd be very much appreciated. Can you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Sure, I'll use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing. There's Mr. All Down in the middle of the planters. And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road. My father based his investigation on the evidence All Down provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. And she was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsior's Winter put a big hole in that theory. He did. Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection. Huh. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage. Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene. And then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal. I'm sure of it. So you're saying that Chairman Winter was working with the kidnapper? Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? You say he was gifted a thorough investigator. Then he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldown's message, surely. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about. Agent Lang's father, Da Long Lang. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winner. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. Okay, good. The conversations are still the same, so I don't need to do those again. I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Hey, that's Snowman! It was melted in the simulation the morning after the incident, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eye had fallen off. Indeed, it still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely, I can see one thing that's missing. Aw, poor guy, I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. Could this be related to the evidence somehow?
Eureka!
The snowman is missing a certain something, would you say? Yeah, his right eye. Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it. The button Mr. All Down was holding. Look at that! It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything. And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. Alldown lost his balance, and reached out to grab something to steady himself? The snowman. The snowman would have supported him, so he would grasp the button and continue falling. I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked? I am, within arm's reach to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close. Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at the prints again. Alright, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Alldown's body was found. The footprints on the left definitely match up with Mr. Alldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal? Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Alldown's footprints? Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters, where his body was found. But as we established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arm that far? Basically impossible. I think we'd be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But could we be certain they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. I'm gonna scour the scene to suspect anything that catches my attention. These shoes. As the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh? These aren't the victim's shoes, I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found, and they stop right by his feet. But they didn't actually belong to him. So are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back? No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither set belongs to him. Then how did he get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, you want to know all about Little Thief's exciting new features, huh? I'm not sure I do, actually. Hey, don't be like that. Just sit back and feast your ears on what I have to tell you. Little Thief allows the user to recreate a scene on a bunch of different and super interesting ways. So you're gonna tell me no matter what I answered. At the moment, we got a recreation based on the original police reports. Another based on what we learned from Mr. Alldown's voicemail. Anytime you want to switch between the two, just say the word. A kidnapping, a murder, and now a fire. There's too much going on here. I can't keep up. The fire was started earlier on in the evening of the incident, if I remember rightly. Before the kidnapping and the murder, in other words. Does that mean something? The timing of the fire, I mean. I wonder if it might, yes. Is there something here that can't be correct if the fire actually happened first? I should take another look at the effects of the fire on the crime scene, and compare it to the evidence. Want me to show you the scene as described in Mr. Alldown's voicemail, right? Okay, let's take another look at how things were when the president was kidnapped. And there we have it. So this was how things looked right before the president was presumably led away at gunpoint. He seems super strong, but he still wasn't a match for a gun, huh? Indeed, and Mr. Alldown captured this little scene on camera from over by the planters. But if he did, then how? How could he have grabbed the button off the snowman if he was all the way over here? Precisely. I think we need to look at the situation again at a different point in time. I was thinking that he might do the zoom it again. Mr. Alldown took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here, and then called Rosie Ringer, at which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind, with a brick in their hand, ready to strike. Mr. Alldown took his picture. Okay, I guess. Can we really be sure these are Mr. Alldown's footprints? Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters, where his body was found. But as we established when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button for the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far? Basically impossible. I think we can be reasonably certain the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. Can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Actually, take another look at them, okay. There are burn marks on this pillar here. The report says there was a fire inside the evening of the incident. It's the same dialogue, I guess? It seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. Chairman Winner was involved in President Wong's abduction, but it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping. Oh, I get it. You do? You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money. Ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility. Glad you agree. I think Mr. Alldown's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I better take a closer look. I must scour the scene to inspect anything that catches my attention. Oh, the snowman looks so sad. Poor snowman, he's not looking so good. It can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is. And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman in the case will melt into the clear water of the future. All you have to do is wait. Okay, I have to work to solve those mysteries. So there are planters outside the orphanage gates too. Aw, look! They planted stuff that flowers in winter under all the snow. Indeed, a little frigid but tasteful nonetheless, even if this is a simulation. Yes, indeed, a bit frosty looking but tasty nonetheless. For a simulation. Huh? Look, there's a brick missing here. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange is just this one missing. It seems quite likely the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size. I think we have to conclude the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right. The button came from there, and the brick too. Indeed. What's more, if the murderer took the brick for the right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. All Down would have seen them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, okay? Mr. All Down wasn't standing by the planters. He was next to the snowman. Gotcha. Alright, here goes. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh? Indeed, everybody who was present is exactly the same spot. So, where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we base our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? By which one was it? Nakio, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. It's good to see you.
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. All Down? Huh? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they want to make it seem like he saw something he didn't? And then they took the photo and helped back up the lie. They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have no choice but to comply. Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one photo, or one picture from Mr. All Down's camera, right? Indeed, I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there. They replaced it with another, thereby ensuring the only picture found was the one they staged. Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. All Down was killed. No way after. Or no way. Hey Tsuki, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. All Down saw at all. It seems highly likely it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. Wait, so where was the president when Mr. All Down thought he saw him being kidnapped? Luckily the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we could use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left that voicemail too. He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. I like how they tell us you need to check the voicemail again, but you can't access the court record now.
Take that!
Well, I think I need to do it a little bit further back. What, it means you don't have one? That clearly wasn't it. Let's go over what Mr. All Down said in his message one more time. The light's out, so I can't see. He mentioned some of the stuff he could see, right? He did. Perhaps we could use that to help us figure out where they were standing. Like a further pier.
Take that!
Oh, no, I think it's a little off still. I got to go further here.
Take that!
There. Recall the statement from Mr. All Down's voicemail. Gambit, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken. Yeah, he wasn't talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we learned? Sure. And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump? To switch between the 2 recreations, I need to first press X to talk with K, then select Switch Recreations. I'll give it a try later when I need it. There's no mistaking it. This is where Mr. Alldown actually took his pictures, before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell. Which means his body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before. Indeed, we should examine the area where we previously thought it fell too. Mr. Alldown wasn't killed here between the planters at all. Then, what's this blood doing here? Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. But we want to look more closely at the blood. I think we'd be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered. What are we waiting for? I'm ready when you are. To switch between recreations, I need to first press X to talk with K, and select Switch Recreations. I'll give it a try later when I need it. So this is where Mr. Alldown actually saw the president and his kidnapper. Yes, which pretty clearly suggests a link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble is taken to suggest it happened elsewhere. Yeah, they pulled some really dirty tricks there. Taking a photo like that, that's just cheating. Not to mention disposing of Mr. Alldown's camera film, and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. They must have put in some new film and staged the photo immediately afterward. And if Chairman Winter was involved, he could have changed or hidden other evidence as well. It certainly doesn't help the SS5 case file was classified until recently. Yeah, but he's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last. Indeed, although much still remains unclear. We need to look very closely at the differences between this and the previous simulation. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Want me to show you the scene as reported as in the police's case files, right? Okay, let's take another look at how things were when they found the body. And there we have it. So this is where Mr. Alldown really met his fate. He was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. Over to the spot between the planters. So the footprints, the fact they go over there and come back. Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there. I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Blood on the snow. A lot of it. It certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Alldown was killed over by the snowman, right? We did. I think that blood might belong to somebody else. What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Alldown's. Need I remind you the case was overseen by Chairman Winter. The man would have no scruples about altering the official record over something this small. But then why go through all the trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood himself? He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew this was where the police would find Mr. Alldown's body, and he knew the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure. Exactly. He would have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. Eesh, so we've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Alldown's clothes were covered in blood too. It does, and if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Alldown's body was placed here. I get it, which means the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Alldown was killed. I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right? According to Francisca, they're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly. Yep, and she said it symbolizes the pond being painted or tiled, right? It was the bond between parent and child, okay. Could this be related to the evidence somehow?
Eureka!
There's a clear contradiction here. Huh? In the bloodstain? The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire. Which means the blood in question was spilt before the fire was started. Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no? If we choose to believe the case file, yes. Is this game set in a specific country? In the Japanese version of the game, it's set in Japan, in an unnamed city. And in the English version, it's Los Angeles. So, in the Ace Attorney world of localization, consider it like Los Angeles, but like in an alternate timeline where there's a lot more Japanese influences. A lot of people call it Japanifornia, even the localization team calls it that, but they don't call it that officially inside the game though, but yeah, it's supposed to be Los Angeles in our particular reading of this. Or the fire was actually set after what happened here. The kid who lit it might have seen something. Why isn't there a witness statement? Because I would have challenged Chairman Winner's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You! Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might have been record of it. We'll see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'm right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Zhengfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should. What kind of something exactly? I told you I've seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it. Or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to set it right away. Yes, Shifu. That investigation took a little longer than I thought it would. Even though it was fairly straightforward. Shifu, I'm back! I brought everything the police had on the fire. I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and one more. About time! What kept you, huh? We'll hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it! This is a picture I remember. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident? It sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes. I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. Shifu, there's... What now? Look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor? I mean, maybe you should let him talk. It might be really important. Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire too? Sure, here. It'll just give you a moment to read through it. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because he saw something, right? No, a kid? Really? That's horrible. Sadly not unimaginable. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this? What's it doing in the case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which piece of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind?
Take that!
I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case. But it looks like there might be the missing horn from the soft toy. Hey, that was President Wong's! You've seen it before. Of course! He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see. It has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back might unlock more recordings? You never know. The toy itself should be up on the 51st floor. Hey, you heard the man! Yes, Shifu, I'll go grab it right away. Here it is, Shifu. The Taurus doll, or the Taurosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work! Hand is the prosecutor over there. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? It fits perfectly! And? Any more recordings on there? Hi, Dijin. Sorry, President Wong. It's me, Amelie. I know it's been a while. I saw in the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to.
Overruled!
Turn it off! Right now! What's gotten into Judge Cavell? Are you okay? Just turn it off, please! You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I want to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fen. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? No! Sean Fen. The kid. And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like. Even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him. And he was aware of this. Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fen. She died 5 years ago. We were cousins. But we were also friends. The best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place. It's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and sent the plushie to the president. Hey! Yes, Sean. You're sure? He was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhengfa. Makes sense. The line of work might have well brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage! She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Not so fast!
Sorry, Judge Cavell, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come. Why did she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. I'll bet that was Chairman Winter's doing. Though sadly we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. And then she died 5 years ago. This can't have been easy for Sean. Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over... I think I can't buy myself a soda. This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying. Oh, that didn't work at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was a big secret. I want to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well. But I... It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavel was so keen to avoiding shared details of their meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean, too. That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of the romance. But now he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Shifu! I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What is it? You've been hovering over there the whole time. Can't it wait? They said something else from Zhengfa. President Wang's will. What? The president's will, huh? Hey Clavier, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. It's good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. What? This is... What isn't Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Sean's name appears in the president's will. And we're certain that the document is authentic. The President Wang wrote it himself. Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back when the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home, to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. I still can't quite believe it. But the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, your president is Wang's son. I like how Gumshoe looks so clueless. Sean! Sean! To be continued. Things are getting juicy! But we still have quite a ways to go. April 6th, 4:51 p.m. Big building. Empty lot. Sean. He was my dad. It can't have been easy. Learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it. He was a president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why did he just say something? Why didn't he just tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would have never happened. And he wouldn't have. I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers. Sean! Please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here. With me. Just for a little while. Bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Tengfa, so I know that's much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, but Agent Lang, sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kei's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now, all we need to do is follow them. Thank you so much for this Leave Us Redeem tray, and thanks for the stretch sigh. The cases in this game are so good. I was like trying to hold back like tears when Sean and Gabel were talking just there. Gosh. All the way to the truth. The real story of the SS5 incident. The president went to the orphanage that night, that much we know for sure. The Torosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fen. Except he was kidnapped, and Aldown happened to see it. If Aldown hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder. Just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage the photo to throw everyone off the scent. I'm glad you like my narration. It's like when I'm reading it out loud, it's easier to become emotionally connected to what the characters are saying. So that's our current theory, is it? But there's something I still don't understand. There is. This. Why risk staging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? It's a good question. We may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away. The president went to the orphanage that night, that much we know for sure. Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even the seemingly certain with caution. Can we really be sure the president went to the orphanage? I get it. You want evidence. This is a nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to actually say it out loud, Kei. The Torosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fen.
Hold it!
The plushie. It has a recording device concealed inside it, correct? It does, and it was used by Sean's mother, Amelie, to record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight. Whoa! You're finishing each other's sentences now. What a team! You two will peel away the layers of the truth like an onion, I'm sure of it. You do realize there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you, Kei? Can you try to say something a little less unfortunate sounding? You two will peel away the layers of the truth like the skin of a wolf, I'm sure of it. He said less unfortunate sounding. Ahem. Shall I continue? Except he was kidnapped and Aldown happened to see it.
Hold it!
Can we go over the details once again? So Mr. Aldown saw the president being kidnapped right from the orphanage. And he was standing next to the snowman. The murderer crept up behind him, grabbed a brick and... Ugh! Ah! Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events. Yeah, well, that little outburst just blew my understanding of my ears. I know we have to go over all this again, but can we do it less dramatically? Really? Fine, I'm happy to keep answering if you're happy to keep asking. If Alldown hadn't been there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Mr. Alldown hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain? There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled. But could it? Huh, he makes it sound as if it was Mr. Alldown's fault he was murdered. That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Alldown was the only person who died at the orphanage that night. Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. The ransom was paid, but he came home safely, right? She's right, of course, but why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over all the evidence. Finish discussing things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor. Let's continue, shall we? Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage the photo to throw everyone off the set. There's another very important part of our current theory. Shall we go over all the details again? Sure, probably a good idea. Alright, first, what did Alldown see? He saw the president being kidnapped from right in front of the building. But the kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestion they might be connected with the orphanage. Yeah, so they replaced the film in Alldown's camera, and staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building. Indeed, and then they moved Mr. Alldown's body to a location consistent with the picture shown. Ugh. The secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago are finally coming to light. And we're sure that's really what happened that night. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? I get the sense we're still not seeing everything. There's something else at play behind it all. There is? But what? There's a piece of evidence we've discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further.
Objection!
You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Alldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a will or witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. Yet it remains possible Mr. Alldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Alldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all the blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it, but it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two! You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up the other homicide did so much skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago they never managed to erase. This clearly shows something else happened that night.
Take that!
Excelsius Winner tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father? Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why. He did, but what was it? It's right here in this picture. The picture my father kept! I think we can all agree that's the president on the right-hand side. And that's the Torosaurus toy in his hand. Who's that standing across from him?
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog. That could only be Bodhidharma Canis. What? The creepy assassin guy? What would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination! Ah! And Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winter were... Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed what was actually an assassination. And not the kidnapping he thought it was to be at all. You think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Yeah, we even met him. Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago, and a president killed in the last 48 hours. 2 presidents, in other words. Right, which is completely impossible. Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for those to have been 2 presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. Regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Zhengfa may not have been a big country, but he held that place together. The President Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. The presidential mask is well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were 2 completely different people. But how could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it's possible for there to have been 2 presidents. One of the 2 was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double? President Wong was a man of great power and influence in Zhengfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts. But that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof. Do we have any proof there was more than one president?
Take that!
I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Amelie's Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in 2 places at once is if there were 2 of him. Ugh! So the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago. I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. Fake evidence. What was it again?
Take that!
The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. Hey Luke, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. It's good to see you. So who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's body double had him killed, so he could take his place permanently. And Excelsius Winter and Fifi Lagarde helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. Are you telling me it magically disappeared?
Objection!
No, in fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time.
Take that!
Chairman Winner dug something up last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. Wait, you mean... That's right, the real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway. What?! The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie, and the recovery of the president's remains. Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh? Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get me somebody from forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. Ugh, so it really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winner. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. So as suspected, the real President Wong was killed 12 years ago, and the SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track. Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm we understand everything correctly. Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage. 12 years ago, the real President Wong visited the orphanage. His aim, to meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. Aldown seemed likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharma Canis. That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to... Indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then after the assassination, another tragedy occurred. Mr. Aldown's murder. Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the sight that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point... Oh, the body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators walked right up behind Mr. Aldown, leading to our unfortunate eyewitness being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So it was the body double who moved Mr. Aldown's body too. Yes, I think it probably was. But none of the footprints could have been his, could they? Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. What shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints?
Take that!
What if the president's body moved Mr. Aldown's body like this? Or what if the president's double moved Mr. Aldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Aldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president. Of course! His would have been the same shape and size. It would have looked like a single set of footprints. So that's how it all went down. I'm so glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's one thing I still don't get. There is. What? Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping? Mr. Aldown had seen the president at the orphanage. He left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message. So they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true. By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw. Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde. She's the one in the trench coat. How can you be so sure of that? The two of them would have to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before. Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers. The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9, too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. It does, which means my father must have... He must have... noticed. There was no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wong was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news got out. Zhang Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping, our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it. Well, it's finally coming to light at last. Is it indeed? Intriguing. Huh? What? Who's there? That sound. Is that a bell? Bodhidharma Canis. What the heck are you doing here? We're the law. You think you just show up in front of us? That ain't a problem. Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes is just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wong. I did. That's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, should I say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly. That is why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. A young pup in rather eye-catching red raincoat. What? Wait, you know who they are? In a manner of speaking. What did you call them again? A secret mastermind? It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course. Red raincoat. The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmet? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, 12 years ago. My unexpected savior. As you surmised, it was I who killed President Wong. But that meant that I too became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might have even succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So it was the president's body double who hired you. I remember his words almost as if they were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times! Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him? There was a difference, of course. Even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president now, does it, boy? No. So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Rook's not around, that means I'm number one! I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. You, of course I do! I'm the leader now! Seems the king and his knight were much the same. The president's body double knew his employer had a weakness. A young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he need to enlist the help of locals. Locals such as Chairman Winner. Once Miss Fen had been located, they simply need to find the right time to lay their trap. The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity. Indeed. And with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. Warden Lagarde. Now, quid pro quo. Where might I find the pup? What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same? He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage. Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right? A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what really happened from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, Maya. Yes, if you don't want spoilers, I would leave right now. I appreciate you stopping by, but things are getting really spoilery so far, so... No way! So that's what the fire was for! It must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and Lagarde were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance. You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this? I do indeed. Don't I, Helmet? Yes, yes I do. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wong. You were pretty forthcoming with that particular admission. If I'm honest, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm tired of all the killing. But back then, I felt death was my path. I embraced it and strove to learn of what it had to teach. I made my peace with that, and I am happy to admit it. Aren't I, boy? Yes, yes I am. I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I definitely don't like the sound of it. Basically, he thought nothing of murdering the president. Not only is he an assassin, he's now a prison escapee. Not someone to be trifled with. We can't afford for him not to talk. I'll need to tread as carefully as I can. Very well, you killed the president, and you're happy to admit it. Oh, very much so. I wouldn't want you thinking that I drew my blade and missed. But that meant that I too had become an inconvenience in need of removal. You, a target, but you're an assassin. Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes the living must become the dead. Please, Kay, don't feel the need to add a proverb of your own. Impermanence is inherent to the way of the assassin. Life takers' lives are taken. So it goes. Wait, does that mean the people you're sent to kill sometimes try to kill you back? Or... It happens, on occasion, but it is not what happened this time. The imposter president, Winner, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. But Mr. Canis, you're a professional killer, a famously skilled one at that. Surely escaping even 3 attackers would have been a little bit more than a minor convenience. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem to forget that without helmets here, I couldn't even walk down the street. Against 3 assailants, I wouldn't have lasted more than a few moments. I see. So even the most proficient assassins are ill-equipped to face a full frontal assault. We're not hugely fond of such situations, shall we say. I certainly wouldn't have liked my chances. Hey Fate, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might have succeeded.
Hold it!
Again. So the two of you have met before? Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back. That long ago. But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing. More than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmet out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off toward the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. And inside I found 2 young boys, shivering and semi-conscious. 2? Yes. And had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would never have made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage. Is it me, or is there something significant about what he just told us? What is it about Canis' statement that is especially noteworthy? This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that? I am. Holy smokes! We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence relates to the date on which Mr. Canis found the children?
Take that!
That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor. No way! An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Yeah, now you mention it. The little guys never did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense. It would. One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see. That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting into the competition. Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have no chance of winning. So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. They weren't. No. When we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. And the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names. Wow, so they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids. If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next? By all means. The pup and I. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. People from 12 years ago. You mean Lagarde, Winner, and the President, I assume. Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison when he was an inmate the whole time, right? I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. Because you murdered President Wong, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner, too. Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know you are, President Wong. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill, which in this case means you. No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. It might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I'm even prepared something in case the worst comes for the worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct? Horns? You can see them? I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. And for longer than you may realize. So the president meant to tell the world about Sean, and prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough simply to have Canis' word on the matter. Of course. We have something that proves what he's telling us the president said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us after all. The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked. With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time, and Sean's true identity with it. President Wong was more agile than I'd anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark. So it was Canis who tore the horn off the Torosaurus doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and the poor pup. And the pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago... Oh, I forgot. I should be pressing. I'm supposed to be pressing this.
Hold it!
I forgot it was a testimony and not just text to read. So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison? I was, via a post office box. What's that? It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about? We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life. Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with... As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis' chess opponent was... Mr. Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight. We found the diagram of the game in his cell too. So does that mean Knight had something to do with the IS-7 business? Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident?
Take that!
This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Which one should we look at more closely? The ring! What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would. That design! That's Paul Halik's trademark! Mark. Indeed, it looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work into a ring. Why would Knight have been carrying it? Why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? They tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember right, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine they found him in the end, and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem. When he turned into a ring, which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death. So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son. The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure that before handing it over. And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident, who played correspondence chess, right? Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight!
Objection!
Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket? That's impossible. How could a dead guy be behind all this? It is a little perplexing, but then who else could it be? But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry.
Hold it!
He stopped responding. That seems strange. I'm glad you agree. Helmets to two, of course. The big scary mutt really said that? What, like, woof woof, that's barking mad! He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear. He doesn't? Okay, well then let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, the super intense kind, a scary glare, he's not trying to say he's hungry, is he? He might be. He might be? Mr. Edgeworth, help! Kay really isn't fond of Canis' pet, it seems. Yes, there's a good boy. Now where was I? Ah, of course. I suddenly stopped hearing from the pup. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place.
Hold it!
It does all seem like a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made on the life of the man who was pretending to be President Wong all these years. Warden Lagarde murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held in the prison she ran. And Excelsius Winner, chairman of the committee for prosecutorial excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. The more I think back, the more it seemed at the time. Some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all those incidents. Yes, even from behind bars, it was rather obvious something strange was going on. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom to look into things.
Hold it!
You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom? Could you be any more brazen? Yeah, even a thief would struggle to get away with something like, I thought I'd temporarily steal it. Fear not. Nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It wasn't necessary after all. I have my ways. Let's leave it at that, shall we? Leave it all! No way, pal! You escaped! I ought to arrest you right now! There'll be no need for that, detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell. Are you serious? Prison isn't supposed to be some place you can just stroll in and out of as you please. Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one who strolled in to try and dig into my past only recently? You! Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe. I need to be able to question Mr. Canis further. Could you both try to remain calm for now? Sure thing, sir. Kinda knew you were gonna say that. Fine. But I'm not taking my eyes off Dogman, not even for a second, you hear? I did so used to enjoy tapping out my little letters in Braille.
Hold it!
In Braille? That's how you wrote all of them. That's right. I have the tools to do so in myself. Huh? So you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense. And what exactly did you write about, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, this and that, general chit-chat. And chess moves, of course. You wrote the chess moves in Braille too. That's interesting. Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move? The dog. Perhaps we could talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letter stopped. I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone. Okay, nope. I still don't get it. Who does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about? Who indeed? It seems not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. So should we focus on what we do know? There was a connection between the two of them. I'm particularly interested how that connection was maintained. The pup and I remain in contact even after I was sent to— okay, now I don't need to read this.
Objection!
You said you wrote all your letters in Braille, is that correct? I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you? That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all. Really? But surely that's impossible. How so exactly? Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis' letters out on purpose. Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them. So then... Mr. Canis says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet, the letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. This suggests there must have been a third party who typed Mr. Canis' letters out. I guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them into Braille, right? They could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received. They were written in Braille too, yes. So some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxer's missives. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's the new one? Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo Gusto's son? Who is he? And where is he? If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be... I've known him since we were kids. Well, both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see. Just like me. Him! But... surely not! What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet. Of course, it all makes sense! I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is. What? Who? You have to tell us! I can hardly believe it, but... it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for is... Isn't this such a good reveal? I can see you guys freaking out about it in chat. Isn't this such a good reveal? Although Edgeworth kind of spelled it out for you, but... It was you, Regina Berry! Oh, they added Rosie Ringer to the files.
Take that!
It has to be. The person behind all this. The person who forced Chairman Winter's hand by sending him the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster. What? Did you really just say what I thought you did? Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you can come by, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right. Oh, that's right. The Big Berry Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor? Who, little old me? What kind of favor? I haven't talked for like 3 hours now. Actually, no, that's a lie. We talked to her during the investigation in the Little Thief scene. You told us you recorded the sound of Torosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? Ooh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie. Breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy did I hear him. Can we listen to the tape? You surely can. Let's see now. That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this. It's all falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not? Yep, snap me a picture of it too! Even if you can't rightly see it so well. We can't see it now, but... Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir! Your image analyzer, can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha, I'm on it! The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it.
Eureka!
That's... See? I done told you all! Torosaurus has his own dang self! Yes. There it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of the whole scheme. Monster? You're finally ready to admit it? He's a dang well real, the big bad bull himself?
Objection!
No, because that isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would. The very big circus flyer? Oh, wait! Look! You see it? The enormous lion balloon. That's the real monster! And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire. Oh, come on, you're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that? That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air. They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator. So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus. Circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gusto. Whoa, you're not serious. You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right. Simeon Saint is the one behind all this. Simeon? But everything? Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible. I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done. What? No! Mr. Canis, wait! Ah! Damn it, he disappeared! Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine. But... damn you! Are you alright, Sean? He killed my dad! He did, right? There's no easy way to say it, but... sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. He won't get away with it! I'll make him pay! Somehow, someway, I'll...
Overruled.
No, Sean! You mustn't say such things! I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both. I just put the call out, sir! All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis! I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess he means he'll be at the circus. Before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lang. There is what? Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir! I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth. Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. But I'm gonna put things right once and for all. Ooh-wee! We're finally at the end game now. Gosh. Do you guys see what I mean when I say this is such a good game and a good case? Man, I want to talk about it, but I should wait until the end. Yeah, the dog attack animation is pretty funny, isn't it? April 6th, 5:30 p.m. Very big circus. Big Top. Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come to watch the show? Hello, Miss Berry. Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. Hey, Timmerman, welcome to the stream. But I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes. I remember you giving me this. Oh, that's so great! You're gonna have so much fun. I think you'll even be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already. What are you talking about? Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct? Oh, yeah. What is it exactly? I have a strong suspicion the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for. You do? Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that'll be... Simeon. But wait, you don't mean... Mr. Saint. You took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I need to put in some extra hours. At night, when it would have been even more difficult to use than usual. A strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious K to the top of the big building in order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only other person able to make that happen would have been you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never ever do anything like that. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. You know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. What's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon, You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. I'm... Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
Objection!
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Huh. Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal trainer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you. Simeon, this can't be true, can it? Truth, lies, what does it matter? Huh? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. And now he's going to pay. How did you guys like that Joker transformation? I had to hide myself because I was afraid I would block the pig squirrel armrest. And I wanted you guys to see it. I was just out practicing. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. So you go up in the balloon reasonably often. Yeah, promoting the circus like I said. Is that true, Miss Berry? Well, it's true that Simeon's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everyone in the area would have seen him up there by now. Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense, I just happened to be in the area when it happened. Yeah, the chipmunk juggling. I actually read, interestingly enough, that they had to do a lot of special things to make this animation work for him. Like, they had to program the chipmunks to jump independently from him moving his mouth, and then they also had to, like, put on his portrait on a different layer than the animals to make it work. Apparently it was a bit of a technical little troubleshooting they had to do to get it to work. Somebody took a picture while I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happen to be nearby, thank you very much. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing.
Hold it!
This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off the ground, now that I think about it. I'd prefer it if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track, sheesh. We use a truck, okay? You just load it on the back and away you go. A truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I better keep in mind. Last time I took the balloon out on the truck would have been the day before last.
Hold it!
So just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then. Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I? Answer the question. Or are you trying to avoid this one too? Oh-ho! That was a cheap shot even for you. If I say something, you don't need to confirm it, because I just said it. See how that works? But since you insist, the truck's been parked back since the day before last. And the balloon was still loaded on the back, basket and all. Now explain to me why that even matters. Not right now. I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once and leave it there. So he means to insist the truck has been parked here since 2 days ago. I think you might have let more slip than you realize, Mr. Saint. Are you done? Alright, I was saying. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building.
Hold it!
So you're saying you just happened to fly past somebody with the camera too? Oh, I get it. I'm starting to understand how you think, Miles. Next you'll say something like, there's no way it was a coincidence, right? Then it's down to the slippery slope of there's no such thing as coincidences. Now that's a scary thought. That's not what Mr. Edgeworth is saying at all. Why can't you just... Don't play into his hands, Kay. He's deliberately trying to frustrate us. He's hoping that by needling us, he'll be able to avoid the question. Why do you think he's been trying to do that? Because he's a clown? No, because he's got something to hide. Precisely, so we can't let up. We have to stay on the offensive. We have to remain calm while doing so. Gotcha. Hey, Simeon! This highly capable prosecutor's assistant has a question for you. Are you trying to tell us you just happened to fly by the big building? He's right, you know. I wasn't going to answer. But you're so bad at this, Kay, I guess I'd better throw you a bone. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. You're in charge of both the promotional work and the balloon is used for, and the balloon itself. Is that correct? You don't believe a word I say, do you? But it's true. Ask the boss. Right, boss? Yep, Simeon's in charge of keeping it clean and making sure it's all working properly and everything. I don't think anybody else touches it except for him. Not lately, anyhow. Interesting. I think we can safely assume he was in the balloon when it was photographed the other night. If he's our mastermind, there are parts of his plan that he would have to carry out today, too. Perhaps we need to dig into all those a little more. Why the big silence? It's not like this is tricky stuff to process. It was a balloon. It was flying through the sky like balloons do. End of story. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. Is that so? Not only were you flying at night, multiple crimes were committed on that same evening. And you expect me to believe that there's nothing to see, as you put it? Are you trying to provoke me, Miles? It's not very nice, you know, starting fights with people. I'm a clown. We're all about smiles, not frowns. He's certainly skilled at steering the conversation away from the topic at hand. That's not gonna help him. I just have to stay on the attack. We don't know a whole lot about this balloon just yet. I think we should try and learn a little more about it.
Objection!
This truck. It wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance. So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If it was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Agent Lang. There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away. And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot back out. A blue truck. I'll just stuff this giant hot air balloon into my pocket, thank you very much. Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it.
Objection!
What, just because it's blue, like a million other blue trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too! It's the same one for sure!
Objection!
Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? That wasn't me! Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence. Wow! You sound just like him! Show me, I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it. Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way! You could tell just by that? What can I use to prove it's the same truck? I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. And if I do, that'll prove beyond all doubt it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw? Yours? You think you're gonna find your own prints on there? I do. Because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. I like how we called Emma here specifically just so we could do like one set of fingerprint dusting. It's like, okay, we gotta do some forensics work. Only Emma's allowed to do that. That's her thing. But I like it. I like Emma, so. Alrighty, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? Me? Of course. Who else did you think it was gonna do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how. I hope Emma has a good call-out fee. Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself. So just spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints. Tap the screen on your Nintendo DS. Like this. Moving the cursor around and pressing A will allow me to dust the area with powder. It sticks to fingerprints, so once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess. Blow it away? Yeah, with your mouth. Ha! Like that. Blow directly into the mic on your Nintendo DS. Blowing with X should remove any excess powder. Alright, you got all that? Yes, thank you. Now try it for real. Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy. So the funny thing is, like I told you, this game was originally not localized officially in English. So there was a fan translation. But in order to play the fan translation, you needed a copy of the actual game, right? And so, like, some people were actually able to get copies, import them of the actual Japanese game, and then, like, hack it, right, so that they could put the fan translation over it. Of course, other people also, you know, sailed the 7 seas with the game, so to speak, right? And people who did that option, when they got to this part in the game, suddenly, like if they were playing it on a computer, right? Because, you know, they sailed the 7 seas. They got to this part in the game and then they just got stuck because they couldn't do it. You couldn't tap the screen on your Nintendo DS. You couldn't blow into the Nintendo DS mic because you were playing it on a computer. So they would just get stuck at this part in the game, right near the end, near the big reveal and the end game. Now, there were ways around it. All you had to do was you had to go into the game files. You had to find like a very specific line of code, and then you had to like change a couple things to like bypass this one section, but it's just kind of funny. Of course, I didn't experience that because when I played this game originally, I just watched a YouTube Let's Play, no commentary, of the fan translation, so I did not sail the 7 seas, so to speak. That's it! That's a nice clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Hey, now we know what Edgeworth's fingerprint looks like. Yep, leave it to me. That confirms it! It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, alright! And with that, another lie is exposed. Yeah. So, what were you doing in the truck? Oh, just driving around for fun, you know.
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection!
Coincidence? Nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both. What makes you think they were even connected?
Objection!
A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what. Oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's abductions?
Take that!
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less.
Objection!
Ha! I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure. We must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection!
No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection!
Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? Ugh, it's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay, you're about done there, Miles. No more cheap shots left to fire. Great, well I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind.
Objection!
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? I thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the great thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes. Objection! What are you? Take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Milester. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again! We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests he's our mastermind? Of course. Canis was looking for a secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps... What evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? I have too much evidence.
Take that!
I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. That's right. Our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I could prove Mr. Saint was a hidden intermediary between the two of them. Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show. So if you don't mind.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions. Oh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Edgeworth's back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon, the funny clown. Look at me. I'm, juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Where did that come from? Chess, sure. I don't hate it. Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis.
Objection!
I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind.
Objection!
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted himself between Mr. Canis and Knight. And you think that person was me? Why would I go all the trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him. What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Objection!
Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find... Letters? You won't, trust me. What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. I get hung up on the past, right? Ugh. Must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. So this doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friend, you don't even have any proof. You're despicable. Who was that? Oh, Hi! Miss Barry? What does she want? Sorry, it's just... I was thinking about what you were saying and... This Knight person... You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend? Yes. What of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning. For Simeon. What? What did you... How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away. Sure, here you go. Let's open up, shall we? It's another correspondence chess letter. I'm surprised he didn't stop us from opening up the mail. The next move in the game with Mr. Canis. Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you were never gonna beat me, not at chess. It's postmarked 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess I must have gotten held up en route. Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time. Interesting it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. Hey, Vox's Left Horn, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yes, I am your froggy friend. Good to see you. Ugh! This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille, in order to create the illusion they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco! You're still getting in my way, even now? I hate you! I hate you! Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend. Ha! We weren't friends! I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident. In other words, I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head to meet my dad at the contest. But then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary. Stop it, Bronco, stop it! I have to go meet my dad, I promised. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everyone he's the best in the world. But no, he locked me up in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out. When he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. What? You lost your dad? Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon. The victim in the IS-7 incident was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remember was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner. Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name, or maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until now? Huh. Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No. I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He's been working in France not long before the murder, under the name Paul Halleck. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all. You're right. It's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son.
Take that!
Huh? Bronco's chess set. And a ring. Yes. Take a look at this ring for me, if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is a seal with which Paul Halleck used to mark his works. It was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child. Bronco Knight. What? But that's not! That would mean I was... Precisely. That you are, in fact, the son of Carmelo Gusto. No! That can't be! No, my dad was, if I remember, don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way, so I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? Was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show is just an icing on top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you could take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this. Hey, Lorin Spooks, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for following me and being a froggy friend. Welcome in. Huh? Did you say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco. And farewell. Oh, Lorin, thank you so much. I'm glad you like my model design. Yeah, we'll see you around a lot. Thank you, thank you. I did all that, and now you're telling me it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why. I tried to be like Canis! Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it. The truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis' correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time. You're right. It was me. It was me all along. Alas, he's finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago. Bet you knew that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew this picture. And they knew it too. That's why Lagarde kept questioning me, day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face what I knew was the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life had been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to. Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim. Strange to think of our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved. He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey. I also like how his musical theme, too, also does not include his name on the soundtrack for the sake of spoilers. It's just called, like, the Mastermind, like the one who controls everything from the shadows or something like that. Because I've definitely been spoiled by looking at soundtrack titles of games before. But I doubt even you imagine the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. And as long as Winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was all gonna go down. So he saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winner would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. I see, and that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You want to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law.
Objection!
Maybe I did, but how else I was gonna make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claim to hate.
Objection!
That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked. Never ever. Me commit a crime? No, 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 no. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Objection!
So you admit it. Your motive in all this was nothing more than revenge. Sure, I admit it. So what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winner. Another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other, and one of them succeeded, that was all on them. So, you take no responsibility for the fact your actions resulted in multiple murders. Right! Same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot, I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too? So Rook's murder was...
Objection!
No, no, no. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, would you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting Lagarde up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chess set. So it was you who put it in there? Yes, it was. I thought that might point everybody nicely in Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew it would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show! You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who? Me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winner and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both.
Objection!
I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say, "Oh, no, 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 no," a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Ugh, was getting arrested part of your plan too? No, that was something I expected. Or that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I didn't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you, because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it the most. Hey. Aww, did he? You're sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister, don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet... you can't prove I incited anything. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you could pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case, but you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true! You kidnapped me! Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. Ugh, he's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? Excitement stuff he's talking about. Incitement, K. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So then we just need to prove he told them to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you, if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing, but you'd have to pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you, but once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me, and we're done here, alright? Let's see if we can keep me entertained, shall we? He's not gonna give me an inch. There must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished. Think about it, I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You encourage others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you will be punished, just as if you had done the deed yourself. Yeah, but what was the word for it again? I forgot already. Incitement, K. Chairman Winner, Warden Lagarde, and Bronco Knight. All were criminals in their own right. All committed unforgivable acts. But all were induced to commit those acts by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here. Oh, you really don't hold back, do you, Miles? That doesn't change anything. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. Nowhere at all? What? You didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like. He's clearly confident that I won't find anything. He must have planned those letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job. But if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit these murders, your incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, huh, Miles? If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them.
Hold it!
I know for a fact you made those murders happen. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? You told me yourself.
Objection.
Did I? And you can prove it. If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet innocent boy have done the things you were saying? No. Ugh, I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If we could only prove what he said on that phone call. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything after all.
Hold it!
Same story as always? What do you mean by that? What does it matter? That's not important here. You know what is important, though? That you can prove nothing. Nothing. Ugh. Until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just gonna have to continue floundering. Either I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're gonna get anywhere here. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winner kill Rosie Ringer. We just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call.
Objection!
Oh, I think I have to put it on the other statement. It's just saying, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts your statement. I'm not sure it does. Any thoughts, Gavel? Me? Forgive me, Mr. Edgeworth. But I fail to see the connection, I'm afraid. Yeah. Could I really have gotten that wrong? Not even your friends agree with you. So sad. I could never do what you do, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. And for once, I'll be glad about it. Uh-oh, Simeon's enjoying this. You can't let him get the better of you. And I won't. I'm nowhere near done yet. The next piece of evidence I present will shut him up once and for all. See, I knew it was this one, but then what threw me off was because when we pressed this one. When we pressed this one, that's when Edgeworth mentioned the eavesdropping, so I was like, oh, are they telling me to go there?
Objection!
Wait, is that not it? Am I presenting the wrong tape? Okay, let me look at it again. I better save just in case I screw up. Oh, there it is. I already put it on both of them. No, whoops. Is it the bug itself? No, I'm pretty sure it's a tape. Wait, did I accidentally present this? Did I present this instead of this? Yeah? I was like, I'm pretty sure I got the right thing. I must have been flipping through too fast through the evidence, and I must have went like this.
Objection!
No? I know it's her tape recorder. It's gonna load just so that I don't have an angry life bar. You know what? He only has 4 statements, so... Okay, so I already did it on this one. I already did it on this one. I mean...
Objection!
Okay, that's kind of weird. I feel like it made more sense to present it on the second statement. But it also doesn't help that her tape... If I click X, or if I click A on her tape, it doesn't give me a transcript of it. If I could see exactly what he said on it again, I think that would make it more obvious which one to put it in. I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? I said that. Weird. I don't remember. I know you can think you can worm your way out of everything, but this time you're wrong. I am. Yes, because our conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from this very listening device you planted. It was. You got your conversation with a clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us? No! Lang Z says, a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end. Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please? You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's just Gavel's cell phone. Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay. I can't hear Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. It was right around here. I was surprised as... Huh? That's weird. Is something wrong, Miss Lloyd? I'll say. Seems we maybe, didn't quite catch the next part on tape. Ahem. What?! Why? How could it not be on there? Oh, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. What? I never knew they make those. Remote control bugs. Sure, they exist, but... So you switch it off to avoid being recorded. Bingo!
Objection!
But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place.
Objection!
And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious someone was eavesdropping. That's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. No. You heard the whole conversation. I did indeed, old pal, but I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius, prosecutor? Ugh. Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Oh well. Ugh. Oh shucks, so my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all. Come on, I must have recorded something you can use. If only that were true. Hey, K-Meister. Yeah? The old buggeroo. It was hidden in your pin the whole time, right? That shake anything loose from the old brain tree? I don't know. Give me a sec to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
Objection!
So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. Huh? He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before. Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for? Start about, let's see now, 2 nights back? In which case, during which time frame would we be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from the night before last. Huh? Oh, sure thing. That's the sound of the balloon. Indeed it is. At around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Wait! That noise! That was a gunshot! Bzz, bzz. You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. What are you talking about? Nobody ever mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present this piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to this case?
Take that!
It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. Ugh! And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was in the balloon being taken to you by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that, don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. You're just gonna pretend to ignore me? What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear the bullet hit something too. But the president had been aiming at Mr. Saint. What would the bullet have struck?
Take that!
I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look and see, shall we? Let's look over the sides of the basket just in case. Alright, I'll start from over there. Hey, what are you doing just standing there? Help them out, will you? Yes, Shifu! Huh? Nothing. How about over there? This side's clean, not even a speck of dirt. But I'm right about this. I know I am. I need to think about the sound it made when it hit. It sounded like something harder than the wicker part of the basket. Like metal, in fact. There's a super long rope curled up in the bottom of the basket here. Look it over. Are there any signs of it having been struck by a bullet? On it. Hey, Mr. Blacksuit, take the other end, will you? Yes, ma'am. Nothing here. Or here. Nope, looks clean. Nothing here either. I guess this isn't what it hit. Let's move on and find out what it did. A hole! With a bullet stuck in it! There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Yeah! Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound of the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? Alright, no need to get cranky. What really happened 2 nights ago? I'll admit, I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived... Judge Gavel and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge here. Me? Yeah, you! You told him about Sean. What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Afraid. Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof when I arrived.
Hold it!
Around what time would that have been? Just after 11, I think. That's when you and your pal went up to the roof, right, Your Honor? Yes, it was. No contradictions there. But the fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless. And because I arrived when I did. Judge Gavel and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. So you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not, why would I? But it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if it'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Gavel. You really didn't suspect a thing. I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea. Maybe you shouldn't have blabbed to him about the kid. Did you ever think of that? That's, I was merely trying to... What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you and go after the boy.
Objection!
I'm your opponent here, not Judge Gavel. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here. I am in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. As is Sean. I trust you will look after us both. And I pray that the goddess of justice will watch over us all. Your precious goddess didn't even warn you there's a balloon right behind you. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away.
Hold it!
He made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? Sure, but I bet he didn't want to do it in front of a witness. Murderers don't tend to like that. She still didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? His secret was safe for the time being. And now that he knew about Sean, he can kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you. I don't think anybody will be smiling until this matter has been cleared once and for all. So please continue if you would. Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh yeah, that coward of a fake president. I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken up pretty badly and he panicked. Then he points his gun at me and fired.
Hold it!
You're lucky the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out the gun. Couldn't have been my balloon going pop. But it was a close run thing. So you left right then and there. Of course I did, he was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? In the end you managed to leave Kay there up on the rooftop, which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, and I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? It makes no difference to me. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch on the 51st floor. The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept. The auction? My memories are still fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right? Indeed, the auction was being held on the 50th floor that day. And a bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, right? They were, which means if the president really did escape that way, as Mr. Saint says, somebody must have seen him. There's no way he could have passed through there unnoticed. The problem is the time at which each event occurred. should the times line up, I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. So his story is he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon. If Simeon hadn't come along when he did, Judge Gavel might have been in serious trouble. So he's basically your savior, right? I don't think it's quite that simple. After all, he was there to commit a crime too. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. There must be a hole in it somewhere. Just the thought of that is really chilling, right? The idea that Gavel was so close to dying. Like, she had no idea. Someone that she thought she trusted, she was with, alone. And that guy was planning to kill her and then go and kill her son, the one that she loves the most. And it was by pure coincidence that didn't happen. Like, that's just chilling, right? To think about.
Objection!
You're lying to us again. I am. The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? And you believe the word of a two-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh dang pardon? Say that about the chief again, I dare ya! Wipe that smile right off your stupid clown face. So we know Hart was camped out of the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities, which leaves only one possible way of escaping the rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch?
Take that!
He flew. He flew? Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection!
Whoa, quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
Objection!
There was a security camera on the elevator. Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop.
Objection!
You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger, giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment. You bet your big toe I was. I done said as much in my testimony.
Objection!
Huh. So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch. That didn't scare you so badly you fainted. So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out unconscious, you might say. What? What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. Well, so what if it did? Ain't a girl in the world got a little... Don't get caught a little unaware sometimes. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you got for putting your faith in these people.
Objection!
It doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me, and then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down the hatch. What? So what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection!
Come now, surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No! And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No! Did he have to do that to me in my own voice? That's right. Oh, and one other thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right, it was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection!
What possible reason could the boy have for doing so?
Objection!
Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him, or maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off the roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out my dad until today, I swear. Ah, well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. Who knew it was you who made it fall? And the president died from being crushed, was it? Ugh! Alright, well that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty nicely, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like, and so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. The murder of the so-called president. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who set old Torosaurus's noggin to fallen, It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead, no doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just as I said. Get it? The truth, that thing you're so fond of. It's what caused the murder here, not me. No, that's not possible! Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy! Can't help noticing nobody's rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Curse you! Just as I thought. Admit it. You're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your own needs. That's not true.
Objection.
Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here's a murder, maybe then they'll finally do something.
Objection.
We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? You still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Ugh, he's not holding back. What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Hey, Malzarino. Take a deep breath for me, would you? Why would I do that, Fender? Because at times like these, you need to kick back, take stock and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Remember? Aw, and they played Gregory's theme. The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on the balloon or not? But rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? A turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption, just my 2 cents worth. Or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man. What's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No. There were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case... surely not! Are you about ready to continue, Miles? Don't forget, this is what we're playing for. This is going to be tricky. I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. And Cowdrender, thank you so much for the sleeveless redeem, and thank you for the stretch sigh. You guys at home, make sure that if you've been sitting for a while, make sure you sit up straight in your seat and take a little stretch. Get up, walk around. Make sure your body loves you. I'm also gonna save just in case I mess up. Even though I know what I'm supposed to present, but you never know. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I like to pull a few strings here and there. The strings in question being those of Sean and the president's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident of your abilities in that particular arena. Is that so weird? I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. Didn't take much to get those two dancing to my tune. A little truth here, a little hint of revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me. I did this world a favor. Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me. Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Why do people do bad things, huh? Don't they realize it'll all just come back to bite them in the end? That was the case with Bronco and with Chairman Winner. And so you insist you had no direct involvement in any of what occurred. What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All these idiots desperately trying to kill one another, and they don't even know I lit the fuse. I love it. Huh, you haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch 2. You're talking about the whole SS5 thing. Stop it. Your poor papa scrambling around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. What do they call that again? Oh yeah, rank incompetence. How dare you! Agent Lang, please. You don't know the half of it, you damn clown! Your father made out of closed out the case, not publicly anyway. But it was thanks to his work that we were standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles. But your little pep talk isn't gonna magically solve this case. Now I know you have your theories. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon?
Hold it!
That's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof of that building. Alright, let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that?
Objection!
So you admit it, you did take him on your balloon.
Objection!
You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. How do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, "Show me the city at night." That's ridiculous, and you know it. Or did you really fail to think this through?
Objection!
You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over.
Objection!
Win him over? The man who shot at me? No. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me.
Objection!
Very well, let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? It's no good. He's just not giving us any opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about. Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Torosaurus head...
Objection!
Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all the trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true?
Objection!
That may have been my theory at one point. That was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him.
Objection!
Why the past tense? That's still your theory, no? It's not like you have anything else right now. The president's body double was crushed under the falling Torosaurus head. Fact. No. There must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name. And who set old Torosaurus' noggin to fall in?
Hold it!
Sure, Sean was the one who caused the head to fall. That much we know. He even admitted it himself. Fantastic! So we're all in agreement. Well done, everybody. Case closed! Sean Fenn killed the fake president, and that's that. Somebody get the cops in here.
Objection!
Not so fast. This case is far from closed. Still scrabbling, huh? Well, alright then, enlighten us, and be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs. Or are you only a stickler about the law when things are going your way? Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do? What do we do? Think, Miles, think. Mr. Saint killed the president's body double. It would have happened to happen when the two of them were together on the roof. So what would we have had to have? That's the answer. That will tell us how he was killed. He's not gonna make this easy, is he? We need to think about how the president died. It was a very particular cause, to say the least. If we assume he was crushed by the Torosaurus head, then the whole thing becomes Sean's fault, right? But what if that wasn't what the president was crushed by? Is there something else that could have exerted a similar kind of force?
Objection!
Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have mixed me up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. What? You're talking about the lion balloon. Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly?
Objection!
You seem very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, it was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left the roof. Having been killed by your balloon. Ugh. I get it, that thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few 100 pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose? Landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him, because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection!
Wait a minute, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago, which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would. Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th, at approximately 11 p.m., clear as day! Ugh! April 5th? That was yesterday, which means... Exactly. It means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off that roof. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that? No, that's not what happened. I already told you. I don't know who he was until today. Oh, but you did know, because I told you myself. Ugh, can my theory really have been so wide off the mark? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winter and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So could he have possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, and what was the other guy's name again? Camillo Gusto? You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did back there. Of course. Gusto! The IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needs to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Yeah! Bingo! Yeah! I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall too. How can you say that? He was your father. It's so scary. Miss Lagarde just keeps asking and asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on his own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father, what a joke.
Objection!
You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death, just as he did. That's right, we had to rescue him from some warehouse refrigeration unit by the harbor. A refrigeration unit at a depot? I threw off the time of death? How did I do that exactly? By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here.
Take that!
You need to keep the body cool somewhere. And you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew the two were connected? You're talking about the kidnapping again. Why are we bringing that up now? Because as much as you wish you'd forgotten, we know you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Objection!
Shut up! I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Objection!
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff back when we first met, right? Huh. If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is. You don't understand! You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Or should I say... I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit. And the kidnapping? Nothing to do with me.
Objection!
Nonsense! You did it so you could blackmail Judge Cavell. We know for a fact you were involved.
Objection!
You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof. Of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Wait, are you planning to maybe fabricate some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook? Ugh, never. I would never do that. Ugh, I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that? Ah, but only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. Lagarde, winner. And now you. None of you can touch me. Oh, this is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we could do? Everything points to this man being our culprit. We need evidence, even just one piece. Alright, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free, if you'll finally admit defeat. Who was that? Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gummy, where have you been? I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to. And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report? I had them look into a few things real quick, sir, about the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to the Very Big Circus, just as you said. Aha! And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint? Huh, must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? A valid question, I suppose. We're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Berry? We do hire a unit to store all our food for the animals. But I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing. You fool! I love how Regina just says everything, like, lightheartedly. She has no idea what's going on. Yeah, it's always Gumshoe at the nick of time at the end, and I love it when he pulls through. Also, Miss Berry, maybe you should consider hanging out with some new friends. I feel like no one you hang out with has ever been good. Simeon, you're scaring me. Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to grounds of the big building instead. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective, yeah! Is everything alright? You're looking a little pale. Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am. Perhaps you can enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. And I know you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. Just a reminder too, because I've had to do this a couple times this stream, is that keep in mind not everyone in the chat has played every Ace Attorney game, so if you're gonna spoil other Ace Attorney games, just be careful of that.
Take that!
Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again? It's so funny because it's a running joke in this game that the end game of this game is basically just present balloon, present balloon, present balloon. We've presented the balloon 4 times now. You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find? We, expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice. He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of his way tighter spots than this one. What they said. We believe in you, Miles Areno. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. Perfect victory is only moments away. Again, I love how everyone's here, even if most of them only say like one line because there's too many people to talk at once. Like Emma hasn't even spoken since we did the fingerprint analysis. The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man. This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president?
Take that!
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child, a popular flower back in Zhengfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that would be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. Ugh, that's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. President held on to them until the last, and Axwood provided us with our final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of have been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon! If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we're gonna find? No, you don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if those pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Huh? Emma! Oh, there you are, Emma. Yeah? I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind. Leave it to me. Alright, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? Ah, I got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. It's from the same flowers. It shouldn't take more than a quick test to prove it. What?! And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself. No! How could this? You crushed the president with that balloon. Then you loaded his body onto the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. Why? Why go through the trouble of removing the body? Oh, I thought I was gonna do the breakdown, which is why I hit myself. It's gonna take a little bit more talking. Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder. Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with other plans. I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either. Indeed not. So while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Torosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. Ugh! You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him, so my son wouldn't take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. No! How did you see through it all? How? You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all-powerful, but your reign is at an end. The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Isaiah. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad all the same time. Stop it! Stop looking at me like that! Huh. Perhaps they will, when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. I don't... Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave me alone! Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I'm not the bad one. They are. Why, Bronco? Why'd you just stop me from going to see my dad? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone with nobody to help me. But that man, he helped me. Canis was the only one who ever helped me. So what if I used people? I had to, is that so wrong? No! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Ah! That hurts! Stop it! You... No! Ah! No! 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 It seems the game is up at last. The killer! Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now, I am free to... No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun! Please. Not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. You must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than being lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me, that is the crime for which you are about to pay. Yeah, look at Gavel and Sean in the corner, aww. No! You. It's been a while, the killer. Step aside, Canis. This man is my target. I would politely ask you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. And if I refuse? Let us just say I might not take the loss of the one life I ever saved too well. You save a life? Odidarn Camus, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like. I know you would. But I would respectfully request you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask you let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you. I am in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. No! Get back here! You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needs to be shown the error of his ways. And you have done just that. Alright, I suppose we better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmet? Yes, yes it does. Oh, hello. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case... Ugh! Sean! No! You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it, and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it! Please, Sean! I beg of you! At least, I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good. Trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out. Numbs it. Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted. Sean! But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so, would all the people I work with. They're counting on me. And they worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed, little one. Yeah? Well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you. But I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom. The prosecutor. People like that. Sean? Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. You could at least consider trying to do better yourself, Kay. Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup. On our way? To where? Where else? To the prison. Our home. Our home. And with that, the case came to an end. A case that dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. April 8th, 2:54 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth. What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here? Mr. Edgeworth. Your request has been processed and approved. Huh? Your what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I'm returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. I still can't believe you did that for me. A great man once said that an attorney's job is to be a friend to the friendless, and to trust his clients to show him the way to the truth. That man's image will be forever burned into my memory. My father in the courtroom, fighting for those who could not fight for themselves. Good old Gregory. That was his path. Your path. Mine lies elsewhere. Mr. Edgeworth? My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, then I guess that's that. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. Alright then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. The club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey, Milester. Care to tell me why at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? You once asked me something, Fender. Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you, or one only you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since, about how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. But can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything, and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Oh, come on, you don't even play his soundbite? You don't even show him briefly on screen? It's not like we don't know who it is, Edgeworth. Come on, you don't have to be coy about it. It's just so funny whenever they do that. Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him. How do you plan to do that? If I'd been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winter made a mockery of justice, and in doing so drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It could be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. You could say that again. Yep, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor? A custodian of the law? I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again, and confront those contradictions at every turn. Very Miles Sereno, I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself, that's lowering on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change, adapt or perish, am I right? You're gonna smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out. Fender, thank you. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gabel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. Alright! You're a prosecutor again! Best news I've heard all week, sir! Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoop. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me just yet. Next time you see me, could be across the courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon. Alright, Fender out. Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Gabel. I owe you more than I can say. You do? You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Not at all. I was never truly alone. That's right. You had the Goddess of Justice on your side. Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. The If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them. And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon. As will I. You did not see the best of me when I last oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice, with true impartiality. Judge Gavel, I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. But to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based on that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this. But perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me. This is my opinion. Nothing more. You're right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course! Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponents, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's. Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died. So you see, there's something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things. So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection. But I must grow. As a servant of the law, and as a mother. That I believe above all else. I see. It seems we both have plenty still to learn. Indeed. We are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths, and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you, as you embark upon the next step of your journey. I lost the title of Prosecutor, but now I've regained it, and doing so I have a new way forward, a new path for justice, and I am determined to follow that path until it finally leads me to the truth. No matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles might arise. Woe betide anyone who stands in my way, for whoever they may be, whatever they might say, I will lift up my voice and shout. Gosh, that auto-scrolling text is so fast! So, Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves next, huh? Didn't I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it! Leads are our stock and trade, our bread and butter. You don't just hand that stuff over, not even to your dang apprentice. Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a whole bunch to learn, huh? Well, alright then, better go track down some leads my own self. That's the spirit, you go get 'em, champ. Before you mosey on down the way, mind, sharing what kind of leads and their leads might be? Huh? But, Chief, you... Oh, come on! I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold out on the boss. Oh, come on, Chief, that's cold. My arm wound has yet to fully heal, even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller. Although I have been thinking, perhaps, crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in.
Sure, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't down for the count just yet. I'll be keeping my guard up and looking for an opening. Well, we gotta get out of this dump yet. Ain't that right, Teddy? The second the bell rings for the next roundabout, escape shenanigans, we come out swinging. Until then, it's training, training, and more training.
Teddy is so cute. You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still studying every single day, still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now because I helped Warden Lagarde? Yeah! Why do you think I'd be so nice to these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about the freaking license, I just want to get out of here. Why me? I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. We can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. We'll light up the stage and blow away the competition and all those awful memories with it. I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago I saved a life, and the troublesome child's still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in the cage. Well, we'll have company soon at least, won't we, boy? Yes. Our friend, the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't.
What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet.
Oh, so soft, fluffy and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight.
I'll always be waiting for you, Judy. And I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here.
We have so much to thank him and Mr. Edgeworth for. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson.
And not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off.
They finally got to reunite. Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I owe you a great big thank you, you know. Oh, dear old Greggy Pegleg too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I can eat Sammy Poopa's sweets again. I can even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm gonna call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small you can only eat snacks. So you can get skinny as a tent peg and love every minute. I'm gonna make a fortune. Man, I've met so many beautiful people now and drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work, though. Yeah, she took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam, just like that. And then she left. Guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So, I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right. Badster, the Badnator. Seriously though, thanks for the assistance today, good buddy. Huh. You want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Yeah, Miles chose a different path from his old man in the end. A path that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me looking on him from time to time. Huh. You've come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni, a compliment from Big Bad Detective Bad, am I dreaming? Well, flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. You ever need a little fender magic, just say the word. Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought for what I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ow! Ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out of here with you. Stay out here with you? What's that? You think we should be getting back to work? I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting. But you're taking care of the living, ma'am. Well, I guess you're talking about the autopsies and the autopsy reports. Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe, all this flying around is gonna get tiring. Still, it's all part of becoming a first-class forensic investigator. Guess I'd better get going. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running, you know I will. The greater one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. But Eustace Winner, was it? He has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested. Just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with. It's interesting that Eustace just kind of disappears for the second half of the last case, though, because he's busy with those other trials. He is a main character, but he doesn't participate in the last little jaunt. My father hid a secret. Bore a burden. I could only have imagined. I thought only of my family name. He thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. I mean to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter. Even if our real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort and all my men's effort, Zhang Fa will rise again. I can't wait for you to see it. I gave up on the whole the winner thing. Told everyone to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him, and better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now, first order of business, get a new nickname.
Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done. And the movie's going down great.
I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big Bad Man emerges from Big Bad Bull. Reveal true face of monster behind Jangbot presidential murder plot. Huh? Wait, this is a picture of you, Mr. Powers.
What? But why?
Hey, it's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Aw. I very much enjoyed the movie, Sean. It's nothing. It wasn't even a big part. The boy who befriended both Torosaurus and Gordy, they don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play. You think? Well, it would be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And I kinda like acting. Hey, can we pick up something before we head back? I want to get some lion lilies for my dad. Of course, and I will buy some too. For Amelie. April 8th, 4:17 p.m. Prosecutor's building. Hi, Prosecutor's office.
Here, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir?
Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once? There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm lucky that way.
Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you?
No, Gummy, how can you say that?
And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong.
Well, Kay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice? Huh. Yeah, good question.
What? You're not sure?
How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief, just like he was. The Yatagarasu. Or a Yatagarasu, at least. But watching how this all panned out, for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life, too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate. She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade. I'm going to be my own hero. That sounds like an admirable plan indeed. I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right?
Whatever name you pick, you'll always be K to us, K, and you'll always be a hero.
Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too.
You bet I will, and I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. Even though I don't appear in the next 3 games, but you know. So I'll be counting on you, sir.
Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, Detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us a lot, too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise.
Huh?
Huh?
Wait, you mean...
What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it you get paid a little more, Detective.
You will? This is... unbelievable, sir!
No way! Go Gummy!
It's like a dream come true! I could finally leave the instant noodles life behind!
Don't think I will be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir! Understood, sir! I'll give you everything I got, just you wait and see!
Thunder and Judge Gabel set me on a new path in life. A path in which I will face down every contradiction the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. Can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless... Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, We can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds. Oh, I almost forgot.
What? What is it?
I was trying to find other members for my Yatagarasu team, right?
I do vaguely remember something about that.
I never even found a single one. We're gonna be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream.
You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it.
Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all.
I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. Now, I follow a path of my own making too. Not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're there beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different, but they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. The end! And there we have it. Ace Attorney Investigations 1 and 2 completed. Wasn't that great? Wasn't that fantastic, guys? I'm really glad you guys enjoyed it too. I'm gonna spend a little bit of time now just to talk about my thoughts, and then we'll wrap it up. I'll try not to talk too long, but I do have a lot to say. So, where do I begin? Where do I begin? First of all, let's talk about Simeon. Let's talk about Simeon. Simeon, I think, is a really great antagonist for this series. He brings a lot of new, fresh things to the series that we haven't really seen in a lot of the antagonists of the Ace Attorney franchise as a whole. First of all, let me talk a little bit about his name, actually. It's kind of interesting. So obviously, he is very monkey-themed, right? He does a lot of the animations for like the see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil type of thing. And his name, Simeon Saint, of course, you know, you could probably surmise where they picked the words from, but I want to talk about, I said I wouldn't talk about this too much for most of the characters, but I want to bring it up specifically for him. In the fan translation, his name is actually Simon Keys. And I actually really like, even though Simeon Saint I think is a good name, but I want to say Simon Keys has like a triple layer of like symbolism behind it. So for one, Simon Keys sounds kind of like shy monkeys, which of course alludes to, you know, when we first meet him, he's shy and he has like a monkey thing going on. His last name Keys is also important because in the fan translation, one of the lines from Shelly the Killer, they translate specifically, he says, like, the key character you're looking for in this whole case is the man in the red raincoat. So when he says the key character, he literally means the key character, Simon Keys. Furthermore, the name Simon is great because of the game Simon Says, because it's like, he's like the puppet master, he's the manipulator, he does things and people do as he says unwittingly, so it's the whole Simon Says kind of thing. Like, I think that's super cool. Whether all three of those were completely intentional or not, I think those form the basis of a really good, like, triple meaning to his name, which I think is great. So one of the things I think is really cool about him, too, is that a lot of times in the Ace Attorney franchise, the big bad guy is usually someone in a position of power. It's like someone that is high up in the law world, and therefore they have a lot of sway to do things as they see fit, or it's like some kind of, like, special agent or assassin or someone with a lot of special skills. Simeon, on the other hand, is just a regular guy with a vendetta and is very smart about putting his plans into motion. Like, he's not, like, you know, the chief prosecutor. He's not the chief of police or the prison warden or a trained assassin. But yet he still has everyone marching to his tune and causing every single other event in the game. And I think it's really great that his reveal, too, because they drop us a few hints here and there, but they're not things that you really think about until you're standing in that empty lot, and then Cadence comes over, and then we start having that conversation, and starts pointing you in the direction that, oh, wait a second, Simeon was the bad guy all along under our noses, right? Not to mention, like, we have all these other big bads in this game that really overshadow him at first. Like, we have, like, the former chief prosecutor who's now the leader of the committee for prosecutorial excellence. We have, like, a prison warden. We have 2 assassins running around. We have, like, all these people in really high positions of power. And then it turns out to be a guy that doesn't have any of that, which I think is really, really good. Furthermore, the fact that we even defend him in case 2, right, plays against the whole, like, in Ace Attorney, most of the time your defendant is the person you trust, and they're always innocent at the end. Now, you know, they did turn that on its head a few more times recently, but at the time of this game coming out, it really wasn't a thing. So it really plays to your, like, thoughts, like, oh, we defended him, he's innocent, we're good, we can trust him, right? And then it's like, wait a second, no, we can't. And I think the way they turn that on its head is really nice, too. And they save the reveal for pretty late into the game. I don't really like it when they show off the killer of a case too early in a case. It takes away some of the mystique of it. So I think he's a really good character, and also the way that he kind of, like, progresses Edgeworth's character development. The way this game bridges between... I mean, obviously, it takes place between Trials and Tribulations and Apollo Justice, but it really bridges up until Dual Destinies, the next time we see Edgeworth, and explains kind of, like, how he chose to come to this path, I think, right? I think I really like Gavel as well. I know I don't really like her design, mostly because I don't like how her hair has that really sharp kink in it, like a lightning bolt. I just think it looks kind of weird and unnatural. I also didn't really like her clothes when we first met her. I know she's wearing, like, a judge's garb, but at first I thought she had something to do with, like, the Fae clan, because her outfit looks kind of like she's dressed like Maya or Pearl, but it turns out that it's like, I really, really like her. I think Gavel is, like, one of the best rival characters in any Ace Attorney game. And it plays so well, because when you first meet her, right, she's intimidating. She has an intimidating theme song, she's in a position of power above Edgeworth, she's constantly threatening to take us off the case, remove his badge. Her arguments are actually pretty logically sound, compared to a lot of the other prosecutors in the games, where some of their arguments seem a little bit loosey-goosey sometimes. Her arguments were always pretty sound. Even when Edgeworth turned the tables on her, she would just turn the tables right back. She would update the autopsy report on him. And her whole, like, she keeps talking about the goddess, right? So it sounds like she's, like, a very religious zealot. And then you get to the point where she accuses Excelsius Winner, and suddenly it's like, wait a second, like, what's going on? Like, it comes as such a surprise, but she's been, like, gently nudging us in the right direction all along by being antagonistic. And then she shows that she's on our side all along and helps us, and we band together. Like, I know most of the time by the end of an Ace Attorney game, the attorney and the prosecutor usually team up against some culprit, and it feels really satisfying. But I feel like the Edgeworth-Gavel team-up felt so satisfying. Not only that, but it happens, like, not even at the end of the game. Because then afterwards, we keep going, and we see her relationship with Sean. We see her as a mother. We see her being a fallible human being making mistakes. And I think that's so good. And then she comes to rely on Edgeworth and trust him back. Like, I think the relationship between Edgeworth and Gavel was just so well done in terms of, like, the whole main character and rival character in most of these games, which I think was really good. And I really like Sean. I think Sean's one of my favorite witnesses in all of Ace Attorney. Like, my favorite, like, non-playable main characters. I really like his character development. I love how he has a cool theme song. He, like, comes off as, like, a badass kid, yet he's dressed very childishly. He looks like an elementary school student. He has a backpack. He has, like, a cow print theme going on. He's holding, like, a jug of milk, for God's sake. But yet he's able to, like, talk down Lang, of all people. It's just really funny, and then yet he loves his mom, right? And he really wants to work hard as all his acting. And I think that's so sweet. I think he's a really good character. And then we saw at the end how he refused to kill Simeon, right? Like, every time there was an emotional moment between Sean and Gabel, or Sean and memories of his parents, I just felt this emotion rising up inside me. He's such a good character. Eustace, you know, like, I don't hate him. Let's be clear, I don't hate him. I still think he's annoying though, but I do like that he does get that, you know, turn around at the end if we see him starting to turn towards the right direction of bettering himself, even though we don't really see it too much. Most of it happens off screen, because once we're done with that section of the game, he just kind of disappears. I would have liked to see more of Gabel and her reaction to Eustace's journey in the future, because she was kind of guiding him, but she was also kind of using him, and I feel like they never really addressed that too much. Like, she admits to it, but they just kind of drop it there. I'd like to hear more about his opinions towards Gabel, and Gabel's opinions towards Eustace going forward, and maybe even her still offering to help guide him going ahead, I think would have been nice. The two of them were kind of an interesting pair as antagonists. Like, Eustace was just annoying, and then Gabel was like intimidating, which I think makes for a great dynamic between the two of them. But I really would have liked to see Eustace's story wrapped up a little bit more towards the end, because halfway through Turnabout for the Ages, he just kind of disappears. And even though we have almost all the main characters gathered at the end there at the circus tent, he's absent, because obviously he's taking care of the trial, but I think it would have been nice if he was at least kind of present, just to remind us that he was there. I still think he's annoying though, I will still say that, but I can see why people like him. Definitely the whole family issues, the wanting to be perfect, wanting your parents' expectations to be met, I think resonate with a lot of people. And he is, like, again, I keep saying this, he is surprisingly a lot more popular than I thought in the fandom. Like, I knew he was popular, I just didn't think he was, like, that astronomically popular. But, you know, people do like their boy failures, so whatever. I also just don't like his hairstyle, and that, like, look on his face that he gives, like, the cocky but kind of dumb look on his face. Like I said, I'm all for characters that are a little dumb. It's endearing sometimes. I just didn't find him endearing because he was just annoying, and he also thought he was the best. I'm also glad that we got to conclude Lang's story, because, again, I was surprised when we played Investigations 1 again, how little Lang actually appears. He only appears in Kidnap Turnabout and Turnabout Ablaze, and then he gets, like, a cameo in Turnabout Reminiscence. Even though he's, like, advertised as the main rival of that game, he didn't really have that much time, so here he gets a lot of time in Turnabout for the Ages, which is good because it really brings back his character as well. Edgeworth also got really good character growth too. I find a lot of the Ace Attorney games in the main series, like Phoenix is the main character, right? And he does get character development, but usually it's not like an overarching development that happens throughout an entire game. It's usually he develops through like one important case that changes his view on something. But in this game, I really like how they really brought together the entire theme and motif from start to finish. The whole like, do I follow my father's path? What is the truth? What am I really here for? Do I want to be a prosecutor? Like, all those questions are constantly plaguing him throughout the entire game, and it really brings the whole theme together. As opposed to most of the time when I see Phoenix's development, it really only happens during like the last case of the game. Most of the other times he's just kind of there as the medium through which we experience the game. Kind of like how Ryunosuke also got like a good character arc throughout his games that was carried out throughout his games as well, which kind of, again, it makes these side games feel a bit more cohesive. Not just the fact that the character development is consistent, but also the fact that all the cases tie together, and they have loose ends that do get brought up again next time, which I think is really nice, and it keeps you involved, it keeps you enticed. It really makes you go like, oh wait, that person from that previous case, or wait, that evidence from that last case is coming back. Like, that eureka moment is just so satisfying. And it only works if the entire overarching thing has a story to it, right? Edgeworth and his little posse, I think I really like it. Him and Kay and Gumshoe, add on Francisca, Fender, Gavel, everyone else. These games really feels like more like we're all in a team together, trying to come to one conclusion. It's just because of the way they did it, because obviously you could see all the characters standing in the field, interacting with each other, as opposed to a regular Ace Attorney game where only one or two characters is on the screen at once, and we're seeing it in first person. Most of the time in regular Ace Attorney, Phoenix is kind of left with just his one assistant at a time, right? And that assistant changes. And if there's more than one assistant, they swap in and out. While here, it was like everyone was always helping each other all the time. It felt like a group actually coming together. Even though I noticeably did notice that Gumshoe does not have as much screen time in Investigations 2. Probably just because there's too many characters. So he was like, a lot of times they send him away to do things in the second game, but that's okay. I'm glad he finally got his salary raise at the end. I think that was a nice way to close it out, considering how many times the salary has probably been deducted. I wonder if anyone's actually gone back and like counted how many times people say his salary is deducted. I wonder if Edgeworth just brought his salary back up to like normal levels, which is technically an increase because he was probably at below. Would have been kind of funny. It is a shame though that we don't really get to see a lot of the consequences of this game or the characters appearing in future games because it's a spin-off, right? I really like these games because they have a lot of cameos, not just character cameos, but also mentions of organizations and items from the main Ace Attorney series. I keep saying, the world feels more cohesive when we see familiar locations and people and items reoccurring instead of having new things every time. And it would have been nice if some of the characters in this game got to have a cameo or mention in Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice. Even just something like, I know the time skip means that all the characters here would have aged up, but it would have been nice if, like, I don't know, Sean's name was on a poster somewhere, right? Not even his appearance, just his name. I guess that would have been hard because this game didn't get officially English translated until now. So for the characters in Investigations 2, I can understand why they didn't. But maybe, you know, some other characters from Investigations 1 could have been briefly mentioned or seen or heard from in Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice, even as a little side cameo or mention would have been nice, I think. But that's just me because I really like Investigations 1 and 2, and I wish that the greater Ace Attorney universe felt a little bit more cohesive in that sense. Who knows, maybe Ace Attorney 7 will give us some of that. I'm not holding my tongue though, but I think that would be cool. Especially because Gumshoe just kind of disappears for the next 2 games. And I can understand that Kay disappears because she was introduced in a side game, so they don't want her in the main series, but Gumshoe, I think, you know, I like Emma as the forensic detective, so I like having her, but at least mention Gumshoe. They don't even mention him. It's almost like he just didn't exist. But I really came around to liking Gumshoe a lot more with Investigations 1 and 2. We just had so much more time with him compared to original trilogy. I also like how they had, the music was really good in this game too. The music overall, the character leitmotifs, the Presto theme is really good. The use of the Presto theme is really nice too. Sometimes it like tricks you into thinking you're at the end of the case because it plays Presto, but then the case keeps going. I really like that too. We also even got some intense moments, like that intense music from Ace Attorney Investigations 2. We hear it quite a bit because there's a lot of interesting things happening. There's like fights between assassins on screen. There's fights between like Shelly and Bronco Knight. There's the part where we run in and we find that the ice sculptures have melted. There's a lot of like really cool iconic moments that happen during these games that suit the intense music playing that we also don't get to really see in regular Ace Attorney. Plus the pacing's kind of nicer because it's not just like investigate, court, investigate. Like it's a little bit of like investigate, argument, logic, investigate. Like I feel like the pacing feels a little better that way. And it feels like we're more involved in that sense as well. I also really like how a lot of the characters in the second game, once we catch them as culprits, we still see them and talk about them afterwards. Because a lot of times in Ace Attorney, whenever we catch a culprit, they don't even get mentioned again. Probably because of spoiler reasons, but they just disappear from the universe. Like, we never know their fate. But here, it's like we got to see, you know, Knight and Lagarde and Excelsius still participating in the plot, even after they had been accused of being, like, the criminals. Which I think is kind of cool. Plus, we also got to see characters that we also thought were also gone, like Frank Sott, again, as a nice little cameo for a 10-year anniversary. I think the whole overarching theme of fathers is really nice in this game too. Edgeworth and his father, Kay and her father, Francisca and her father, they mention it because it obviously doesn't happen within the game. Sean and his mom and his dad, Simeon and his father. There's a lot of family stuff going on here, which I think is a really nice like way to tie everything together as well with the overarching theme. I think that's mostly what I wanted to say. I mean, as you guys can tell, I really like these games. I think The Great Ace Attorney and Ace Attorney Investigations are the best the series has to offer. They're both spin-off games, which is probably why maybe they're able to do some of these other things that they don't do in the main series, and the way they're able to keep a cohesive plot between all the episodes and even have them link between games. Even though Investigations 1 and 2 aren't directly connected, they do have a lot of the Zheng Fa connections So it's kind of nice. It feels more cohesive again. Thank you so much for joining me, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this game as well. I do encourage you to go play it for yourself. Go play it a second time and see what you could pick up on now that you know what the outcome is. I know when I was playing through this, I was picking up on things I didn't know the first time. I was like, wait, that's a hint. Or like, wait, that's something they mentioned later. It was kind of neat. And, you know, maybe give it a rest a little bit and then come back to Ace Attorney Investigations and see. But I'm really grateful for you guys coming by. And it's been a while since I've done a really, like, reading heavy series. But I had a lot of fun, because of course Ace Attorney characters are so wonky, it's kind of fun to give them colorful voices. But we'll see, it'll be a while before I do another, like, reading heavy game in the future. Now, I did post my schedule for the rest of the week. It might change. We're going to try a few different games. And what I'm really looking forward to is in a couple weeks, we have the Silent Hill 2 remake. And I want to play that on release, but we have to wait till October for that, so. Thank you everyone for coming by. I appreciate everyone for stopping in, whether you played the game or not. And I hope you enjoyed your time with me. Let's see if there's someone that we can raid. Okay, we're gonna raid Lei Zushen. He's streaming some Fear and Hunger. He's a pretty cool guy, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Well, actually, no, I'm gonna see you guys on Tuesday for the next stream. And if you're new here, don't forget to check out my YouTube channel, where all my previous VODs can be found. Alright, take care, guys. Thanks, and bye, froggy friends.